I am not the body. Discovering the truth beyond bondage. Sri Nisargadatta Maharaj. 1. Maya, the body, mind and its world. Start from the very beginning. In this gross world I began with my parents, because I knew full well that my principle was already dwelling there in the collection of their bodily elements out of which I emanated. In truth, your state is one of absolute bliss. In that state there is no trace of misery or unhappiness, only unalloyed bliss. The body is present, and it has form, but upon what does this form depend? What came before the form? What came before the whole of existence? You think you are responsible for the body's actions, because you believe yourself to be the body. At times you feel so weary, and at times you enjoy limited pleasure. You experience a loss of everything, day by day, due to your identification with the body, and you ultimately experience death. The reason for this talk is to bring to your attention the unreality of the worldly, bodily affairs. In truth, activities begin with the appearance of I amness, consciousness, which has appeared without invitation. Your daily struggling and striving are futile because your existence, as a body, is time-bound and temporary. Consciousness is the root of the world's creation, maintenance, and dissolution. It is knowledge, your sense of being. It is also self-love and the wordless confirmation of our existence. The transitory I am knowledge is not just your existence, but the existence of the whole world. Your world is birthed in the I am knowledge, without which the world would not arise. What is it, then, that dies? Beingness is time-bound, it had a beginning, your so-called birth, and will at some point end, your so-called death. Since your first birthday, you have been keeping count of your life. Birth means to have heard the news of one's existence or beingness, and the same news applies to every living being. Before the news, one's I amness was not apparent. What is this news? The news is that one is, that one exists. As soon as you say I, the ego enters, and your worldly success or failure follows. You are suffering because you identify yourself as a body, but in reality, your true nature is the Para-Brahman, supreme reality, where beingness is absent. Because of your body identity, you feel separate from what you truly are. In your state before conception, you were complete in every possible way, totally free and without bondage. You are free even now. Your present apparent bondage is the conviction that you are only a body, and are a man or a woman. Upon waking, beingness appears, it is called I and is the I am consciousness. You must know the origin of your consciousness, how it exists and why it has appeared. This is difficult to know. The one who was without the sense of being and who came to know this sense of being is called Paramatman, the Supreme Self. Words cannot last, but the Supreme does. Our sense of being indicates the presence of the manifest Brahman, the Absolute. Instead of identifying with the Absolute, most people identify themselves as the body, and this leads to a miserable existence. I am is formless, self-supporting, and full of light. Its light illuminates all 10 directions, and this illumination is called the world. What you are at your core is Brahman. This has been described by many names, and is difficult to understand by those who are ignorant or unaware. The realized know they are the Absolute, and that consciousness is the advertisement of the Absolute. Our Sadguru, the true Guru, is the supreme reality. While neither the visible nor the invisible can touch Para-Brahman, everything expresses Para-Brahman. The self spontaneously knows its existence even though it has no color, form, or shape. When we know ourself, then we effortlessly and spontaneously also know the body and its actions, the mind and its thoughts, and the vital breath, prana. But that witness has no name. The eternal is our natural absolute state, and to be that is our true religion. However, we don't know our identity apart from the body until we realize the self. You must notice that Maya, illusion, is temporary and time-bound. Everything is in motion, forever flowing. Whatever we consider ourselves to be is always changing, and these changes cannot give lasting company to the eternal. Because birth and death are concepts of Maya, consciousness is not touched by birth and death, for those are only appearances. While the appearance of consciousness is blissful, generally, this consciousness leads to misery. With minimal knowledge of one's existence comes the beginning of love and attachment. Many words indicate the love and devotion for one's own being. One has devotion for one's temporary form. One consistent with this teaching knows that their form is light, God, or consciousness. Such a person receives the knowledge of the self and finds their hopes, desires, and cravings fulfilled so that they no longer need to seek. As long as there is seeking, there is no knowledge of the self, nor abundance. Those who think they are the body, and the qualities it comprises, experience death. But in reality, there is no death. Your being is a mirror image of reality, and not reality itself, just as a photograph of an object is not the actual object. The self is all-pervasive, beyond birth and death, and beyond time. The self is not an individual. It is manifest, it is infinite and without limit. You can recognize this truth for yourself if you adhere to your consciousness as knowledge and God. The world. Just as one who was sleeping wakes up, the unmanifest becomes manifest. In manifestation, there are countless appearances. Without consciousness, the five elements, earth, water, fire, space, and ether, do not exist. Your I amness has come out of the five elements and the three gunas, qualities of Prakriti, primordial nature, and all the world scenes are its expressions. The sattva, harmony, and rajas, motiviti, gunas are eager for movement. The third constituent, tamas, ignorance, claims credit for all the activities. At the root, nothing is real, Maya. But what does Maya mean? Whatever is not, it is that. It cannot be said as is or is not. And who is the experiencer of this deceptive illusion? The experiencer is the manifestation of the unmanifest. Despite all this, the unmanifest is unmanifest, para-Brahman, only. Just as the sleeper experiences false wakefulness, Maya obscures the unmanifest and beingness appears. Beingness is due to manifestation, but in reality, it is unmanifest only. Human beings experience the world with body identity, living in darkness due to the primary illusion, and fearing future death and the effects of adverse actions. But none of this is real. While there is no limit to worldly knowledge, I give you self-knowledge. You are not the body, but pure awareness, reflected as consciousness. Although one cannot grasp consciousness, one can realize this truth even while continuing daily activities, if they abide by my words. Mind. All of our activities result from our practiced patterns of thought. Our habit is to follow our mind. When someone tells you their opinion, they are telling you what their mind is telling them. We identify ourselves with our mind. Mind means ideas and flow of thoughts. The mind and its ideas entertain the person so that he or she is distracted from truly looking at themselves. In turn, worldly activities result from the flow of thought. These activities are extensions of our ideas. Whenever beingness appears, it is followed by the mind and its mental activities. The intellect is the result of the activities of the mind, and from the intellect follows the individual consciousness. Mind, intellect, and I am consciousness, these are the names given to pure awareness, or Atma. Your mind gives you your bodily identity, and this results in misery and rebirth. People embellish themselves with concepts they favor, prefer, or deem positive. If you use a concept to acquire knowledge or miraculous power, the achievement that ensues is, then, also a concept. You may feel temporarily bolstered or fulfilled, but please remember my words. If, from the mind, you see yourself as aloof, you will see the falsehood of birth. When the body identity departs, the fictitious concept of the ego effortlessly departs as well. The meaning of the word ego is to take credit for actions, and it was only your acceptance of the ego that made it appear to exist. We are not the mind, we are not our thoughts. The mind, which has only been present since birth, is nothing but an impression on the body material. Body. All activities occur because of the mind and the five senses. The problem lies in one's identification with the body and the name assigned to it. You take yourself to be what you are not. Just as we wear a shirt, we also wear a name for worldly activities. The self has a similar covering known as a body, which we falsely take to be the self. Such is the general understanding and belief about ourselves. The body has four bodies: gross, subtle, causal, and great causal. The body is not at all substantial, but is simply composed of the food essence, sattva guna. Food gives it nourishment, and therefore form, and the quality of this food essence is consciousness. The body depends on the five elements, again, earth, water, fire, space, and ether, and the food essence. The faith, the self-love, inherent in consciousness make the body's actions possible. Presently, you are relying on the body. As long as the essence is present, you have the knowledge that you exist. Food essence forms the body of the living being, and this applies to all creation, from a worm and an ant, all the way to Brahma, God as creator. Again, the body is made up of food material in which there is the quality of consciousness or beingness, and all living beings have the sense of being and the knowledge that the world is. This is due to pure food essence. The body took a form and was deemed a man or woman. Gender applies only as long as the form body lasts. When there is no form, there is no gender. It is the mind that claims the shape of the body as its form. You think the body is your wealth, your treasure, but in reality, it is a calamity you suffer unnecessarily. Caregivers teach their offspring, and this education informs his or her actions, as well as any associated consequences. Accordingly, we act in the world to obtain the desired result. In reality, the one from whom everything happens is without name or form. The being is the same in all bodies, yet the child accepts a gender according to the body's features. Because of our body identity, we are driven by me and mine, becoming rich in attachments and finding acceptance of the truth difficult. Even if a guru tries to spoon-feed the disciple the importance of fullness, the disciple cannot grasp or appreciate it. You have all the required experiences, but you are involved in the appearances, and enjoy your involvement. We carry out activities for fruits and rewards. Although sustenance in the form of food is the primary need of the body, effort, in reality, is not required for the survival of the true self. The self is limitless, and it cannot be diminished. But, due to the existence of the body and the thoughts of the mind, we identify as the body. In the same way that we all wear footwear of various types and know that we are not the footwear, we should also know that we are not the body's skin. I make use of the body, and I take care of it, but it is not my form. Our consciousness, having no skin, is subtler, more transparent and cleaner than space. Through Bhakti Yoga, devotion, or a guru's initiation, the individual soul comes to know it is not the body. It becomes Shiva, free and holy. As long as what the mind says is taken as truth, then the individual soul remains. Atma, pure awareness, is who and what we are. This I amness is present in the body, often unknowingly. Without the existence of the self in the body, there can be no experience at all. Death. As you know, every living being only lives for a certain amount of time. We record the birth date of a newborn and the time of death of the departed when their vital breath leaves. How did the once developing child succumb to its ultimate extinction? Because of the inadequate supply of food essence. As oil in a lamp burns, so too does the food essence burn in the body, generating heat. Consciousness remains as long as the burning continues. Sometimes due to sickness, there is a disturbance in the food essence which leads to rapid aging and eventual death as the vital breath and consciousness vanishes. Upon death, consciousness loses its beingness. Just as water in a vessel cools when it is removed from the flame, similarly, consciousness in the food essence slowly separates from the body. The body loses its form, its temperature, and is no longer animate. We have to consider where consciousness goes after death. As long as there is consciousness in the body, it requires regular food. With proper nourishment, and therefore the presence of consciousness, you know you are. This I amness, however, ends when consciousness leaves. We observe a dead body and falsely conclude that consciousness has also expired. Consciousness cannot die, because it is not a form like the body. Can the heat in hot water die when the water cools? Does heat have a visible form? Our existence is like an oil lamp which burns if there is oil. The light continues, as does the heat. As long as there is food essence to nourish the body, the superficial light and life of the body remain. The mind and intellect depend on the food essence, which deteriorates slowly over time, until finally, the beingness disappears. And when the beingness disappears, it may look like what is called death, but that person does not know of their death. It is also true that one is not aware of the body's birth, only after some time does the awareness of having been born come about, which then prompts the person to own his or her time-bound existence. Consciousness may increase day by day, but it never decreases. The identification with the body, however, must have an end. It must finish. Whatever was once not present and then appears is in turn bound to vanish one day. Consider this: with what identity are you going to die? Whether you let the body remain or go, the body's death is unavoidable. Please do not think death can be avoided by hiding somewhere. Continue with your worldly activities, but honor the knowledge of the truth, and don't give up the hope of your true self. Worship your I am knowledge with all the greatness I have described. If you are reading this, then worship the reader. The sum of all worship is the realization that you are dwelling in the temple of the knowledge that you are. I am not the body. Remember that the I am knowledge is the form of the limitless God. Your remembrance will fulfill all your desires, hopes, and cravings. You need not ask for anything, for through your knowing of I am, you will experience liberation in this very life. Our sense of being is full of self-love. With meditation, one becomes purer and purer. Eventually there is no pain caused by separating from the body when it perishes, as one who lives and acts as consciousness doesn't experience death. Purity leads to brighter light, and existence becomes blissful. A sage is usually glad for the day of his or her passing, because when the vital breath, prana, leaves the body, the soul, Atma, separates from the body and we realize ourselves as boundless. We realize our true nature as the Absolute. For a sage, the vanishing of the body is the realization of oneness, aloneness, wholeness. After purification, when the consciousness knows itself and is realized as being separate from the body, it becomes worthy of godhood. One's true nature is formless. The seeker can realize this even in the body. With formlessness, the ego vanishes, and there is total absence of color and form. This is the realization of the one who follows the true religion of the self. I have fully benefited by following my Guru's teaching: you are not the body. By the grace of my Guru, this became true for me. The same is true for you. The name given to the body is not your name. What are you beyond the body and its name? For a moment, see that you are without the body and its name. This is termed waiting at the doorstep of God for a moment. Say what you are without considering the body and its name. Look at yourself without the body and its name. Understand this point and you understand everything. 2. Suffering, desire and fear. Once the knowledge of the self dawns, there is no longer any question of good or bad, suffering or not suffering, happiness or unhappiness. The question just does not arise. You should live a long life. May God give you longevity. If you live for a long time you will be very happy, won't you? You will say that your God has given you longevity. But what will be your experience of living for an extended duration? Discord abounds in this world, and your experience would be one of excessive conflict and strife. This insecurity is the effect of your sense of being, of your consciousness. There is no stability anywhere. In reality, there is only the self. The self is one, but your body identification makes you perceive duality. The self has no body and therefore, no pain nor pleasure. For the self, there are no others. But from the perspective of this identity, joy is minimal, and suffering overshadows. Whatever you like gives you pleasure, and whatever you dislike gives you displeasure. This experience of suffering and pleasure applies to each body-mind in relation to their unique aversions and desires. A deceptive covering. In the book, Spot, Spiritual Instruction for the Servant, it stated that, the body appears to be a bundle of the 5 elements tied together. However, if one investigates into this with minute observation, there is no tied together bundle that can be found. This body is made up of elements. Looking into this and thinking it over, it is seen that only the eternal self can be found. There is no I existing there. When the I does not exist, how can there be anything called birth or death? When seeing that oneself is the absolute reality, there is no place for such things as virtues or vices. Virtues and vices, and the sufferings of death do not exist in that which is attributeless. When oneself is that which is without attributes, how can birth and death exist? One feels bound by body consciousness because of the identification with the body. By the power of discrimination one is freed from this body identification. This is what is called the attainment of the state of liberation. In each body exists the self, and because of the self we have our beingness, our self-love. If we do not realize this, we experience aversion and desire as a body-mind. When the experiences of pain or displeasure are not present, there is no need for pleasure. Pleasure is the gap between 2 displeasures. When displeasure ceases, the pleasure begins, otherwise displeasure continues. But for the self, there are no desires, and therefore no aversions. The sages reached the state of oneness and experienced no pain or pleasure. All our sufferings are due to the attachment to memory, as this provides distraction. There can be temporary pleasure in memories, or fantasies, but pain inevitably follows. Due to identification with the mind, good and bad things happen, but in recognizing that the mind is merely a deceptive covering of the Atma, such trouble cannot occur. Mind says, I am the body, and its form is my form and not the self or Atma. But since the Atma doesn't know itself, the mind accepts its commands as the truth and experiences superficial unhappiness and happiness. The pain suffered in loneliness is even more hurtful than the experience of a fight with somebody. In this way, mental pain is more significant, as the mind misconstrues the body as the true self. By its very nature, the mind perpetually seeks to form an identity. But you are not the mind. True happiness, The cosmic substance of Prakriti becomes seemingly strong and fearless due to the ego, which is full of hope, desire, and cravings, and which takes credit for all actions. It says, I am the body, it is my form. I am doing everything. Prakriti is the protector of my fort. Desire, fear, and illusory concepts surround the ego. You struggle to seek out pleasure and only get more pain. Even your happiest experience will end in discomfort. To put an end to this misery, make contact with yourself. To be truly happy, you must first have affection for the I Am knowledge. As your guru, consider, respect, and meditate on your consciousness while being detached from the body. With such meditation, the truth and the eternal will be clear to you. As long as there is a body, whenever there is the touch of I Amness, there is pain and fear. But he or she is fearless who knows that their beingness is of the great God, Ishvara. Listen to my words, there is no need to exert any effort. If you understand and live what you have heard, your worries, pains, and troubles will no longer affect you. Although the body and consciousness will be present, there will be no need to hope, desire, or crave for anything. When you follow your true self, it will solve all your problems and difficulties. When you were in your mother's womb, did you not face many calamities? Who helped you solve these problems? Who protected you, bringing you safely into this world? It was the self. So, increase your faith in yourself. Raw fruit is often bitter and tasteless, but sweetens after some time. After hearing my words, wait and persist, in time, and without exerting effort, you will directly experience the effects. And it will not merely be a matter of witnessing something, it will become your own experience. When you wait with patience, you will experience changes in yourself as per your faith. You work hard to improve the life of a person seemingly born into this world, but your actions to perfect or positively influence their reality will never equal the content state of an unborn child. In your case, many years have passed since being born as a child. Now, take time to hold that child consciousness within you. In my case, 83 years have passed since my so-called birth. The one who has seen oneself as unborn experiences neither evil nor death. The body may perish, but the unborn state is known. Desire. In this world, you increasingly desire what you enjoy, and as your desire for enjoyment relentlessly expands, you inevitably become absorbed by it. Your hopes, desires, and cravings increase day by day, indicating that you are meditating on sense objects and not on the sense that I am. The objects of the senses are many, and the worldly pursuits for joy never provide sufficient satisfaction. But we have to discern our main desire, that is, for I Amness. From the standpoint of the individual soul with body identity, worldly activities are real. Attachment, hope, desire, and craving all make the mundane existence seem true. The world and our experience of being in it, however, are not real. But we cannot escape this false existence because it has firmly established itself, and describing it is like trying to explain the son born to a barren woman. While it is alive, the body has many needs. But before seeking anything, why not discover your true nature? You must recognize your assumed identity, but most importantly you must know your eternal identity, only the latter will remain with you. The meaningless is quickly obtained, while the invaluable takes time to come to pass. From the standpoint of the Supreme, your experience of existence, along with all your worldly activities, are illusory. Therefore, it is essential to know your eternal identity, your true self. In this life, worldly activities are motivated by the desiring of fruits or rewards. One always imagines what one will achieve through worthy actions, but for the knower of truth, all desires and cravings are useless. The knower is already complete, and so naturally disregards all sense objects. This is a fact, a reality. Aloof, a sage is least concerned with the world's happenings because they do not involve him or her. Because of this body identity, the mind, which seeks pleasure, gets pain. You can't come across a prosperous and happy person. Consider the disastrous scenario where a billionaire who becomes upset shoots himself with his revolver. He was so rich, but was he happy? Haven't you heard of rich people keeping a gun under their pillow? You pursue so many of your desires, but no one can say when you will die. Many great people have come and gone, but none of them could stay forever. Other teachers rarely share this fact with seekers, and if they do share it, rarely is it understood. Although Lord Vishnu has a relatively long life, he cannot remain as Vishnu indefinitely. But those who have full knowledge of this are formless and free of an identity that hopes, desires, and craves. These qualities are useless and irrelevant for the formless. The sense of being is full of trouble, which is why it perpetually searches for pleasure. When consciousness is absent, as in deep sleep, is there any need for pleasure? There is woe due to consciousness, hence the need for happiness. Purify the beingness through devotion and worship. Worship the I Am knowledge, because of which you know the world exists. Fear. You identify yourself with the body and behave in line with its patterns. As a body, you fear death and experience occasional profit and frequent loss. You experience your being, your existence, for which you did not even ask. You worry that your sense of being will end. What is your sense of being without body identity? The sense of being in a form cannot remain steady, making the identification with the body a great mistake. The news I Am is timid by nature and works hard to end its fear. When one is steady, there is no fear. Fear always accompanies our sense of being in the known. In the body made of 5 elements, there is the memory I Am, which has no shape. But all manner of affliction happens to one led by false body identification. The knower, Jnani, of misery is beyond misery. Again, the activities that happen due to consciousness are not the activities of the knower of consciousness. This cannot be understood intellectually. One must look within. Awaken. Witness your consciousness, and you will overcome the trouble and fear due to the appearance of consciousness. To achieve all this, devotion is necessary. Whatever you observe is fearful, and whatever is fearful is time-bound because it is not real. Your consciousness indicates and reflects reality, and that which is beyond doubt is everlasting. To dispose of fear, you must chant Jai Guru, Jai Guru with full faith. The Guru is the embodiment of self-knowledge. One full of knowledge is called Guru. 3. The 3 states and beyond. What remains is the original, which is unconditioned, without attributes, and without identity, that on which this temporary state of the consciousness and the 3 states and the 3 gunas have come and gone. It is called Para-Brahman, the Absolute. You feel that you were born, but what exactly is birth? The 3 states, waking, dreaming, and deep sleep, are called birth. The 3 states comprise the news I Am. This is your sense of being, which I also call consciousness. As long as the 3 states take place, you will experience all of the following. Identification with the body is ignorance, as the body is nothing but a form rising from the consumption of the food essence derived from the 5 elements. There is the appearance of the 3 states which take the form of either man or woman. Identifying oneself with the body's gender and being influenced by this fallacy leads to unawareness and bondage. So-called birth has happened, and there appears to be shape and physicality providing a recognizable form, and so there is love, need, and eagerness. These qualities were absent before so-called birth, which is a passing phase because it is time-bound and has no eternal existence. In this phase, there is waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. Without waking and sleeping there can be no I am-ness. Paramatman, the Supreme Self, is the main support for this trinity. During these states, you have needs. But in the absence of these states, what are your needs? The food essence created the three states, all of which only materialized after your apparent birth. Our being, without the sense of existing, is perfect, in that there is no need of any kind. There is no need until we come to know that we are, at which point we crave everything in this world. When we do not know that we are, do we know about pain and pleasure? The state when we do not know that we are is called Brahman, while the knowledge of that state is Brahmajanana. Your waking, dreaming, and deep sleep are states that will disappear. Aloof, undisturbed, and untouchable. There are two states indicated, the unmanifest, without attributes, nirguna, and the manifest, with attributes, saguna. The true devotee knows there is no difference between the states with attributes and the states without attributes. When the three states are absent, there is no experience of time, and one's being is so full there is no room for the sense I am. When I am-ness comes, it is prominent. With the Guru's grace, one realizes the truth and becomes the detached witness, Turiya, of the three states and the three gunas. The disciple has very clear knowledge of all this. True understanding is to know oneself as aloof and undisturbed. A person who has this correct knowledge is called a Jnani, the self-realized. When we know ourselves as separate from these states, how can we be concerned with the world's constant anxieties? The self-realized understand that these anxieties are due to the food essence, sattva, and are unconcerned. One who knows the origin of the three states finds themselves separate from them, and, in the process, is untouched by the misery that the ignorant suffers. The self without the mind is formless and nameless, Turiyadatta, the supreme state, and you may name it as you like. Atma, the one who knows the origin of all states, is the knower of the news I am. We come to know that we are and that our true identity is the knower. We are the knower of that which is known. Our identity is not what is known. Settle into the truth. At night, the waking state, along with one's beingness, vanishes into the not-knowing state. The not-knowing is the supreme absolute, with no attributes, nirguna, requiring no support. It is not easy to grasp the knowledge I'm espousing, but you are this Parabrahma. You have no existence apart from what I'm telling you, you can't differ from it. In the early morning, there are no words until the waking state begins. In silence comes the announcement, I am awake, along with the experience of waking. This silent space of pure self-love is manifesting Brahman. The waking state speaks without words, and soon after, the flow of words begins. Only the one who has false beingness and false wakefulness suffers. One who is sleeping is in the nirguna state because the attribute of wakefulness is absent along with the proclamation I am awake, the I am-ness, which is the entire world. In the absence of satsang, you are entirely affected by the experiences of the three states. But the conviction that you are not affected by the states cannot develop merely by listening. Therefore, you must settle into the truth through meditation. In the gap between sleeping and waking, give attention to pure awareness. This brief gap of time is pure, a spotless, and wholly timeless moment. Despite any negativity or heaviness the body may be storing. The devotee declares, I'm not the waking state, the sleep, and nor am I the knowing state. When these three were absent, I did not even need myself. I had no needs at all. With the appearance of these states, I became meek. I was fortunate to meet my Sadguru. Waking. Your beingness is your feeling of wakefulness. When your I am-ness fills space, you know you exist. In the waking state, one catches hold of the body and identifies with it, and consequently leads a miserable life. When you wake up in the morning, for an instant you have no body. But almost immediately, the body concept arises and latches onto your consciousness. With this sense of being, activities happen, and food is needed to sustain this beingness. Before apparently becoming a body, desire and aversion are non-existent. Soon after waking, your troublesome identification begins. With identification comes a world of pleasure and pain. Your body inhibits joy and happiness. The sense of I is the feeling of wakefulness. The idea I am awake results in great misery. At night, our waking vanishes. This is our daily experience. The effortless experience of knowing that I am awake vanishes at night. It disappears into the not knowing state. Dreaming. Consider the phenomenon of feeling awake while sleeping. You have your experience of watching your dream world with your false appearance of waking while asleep. Our apparent wakefulness is part of the dream world. The dreamer doesn't create the world, nor does he or she dissolve it. The dream merges into the dreamer. The dream dissolves when the false waking disappears. With true awakening, the world dissolves into Brahman. When you sleep comfortably, you see a dream world in which you have a separate body. In dreams, many seemingly real activities happen until the imagined wakefulness is deemed false. Instead of witnessing the dream, you get involved in the dream scene. Any profits and losses that take place in the dream are dream stuff only. The vast world, with all its life, comes out of your beingness. You give attention, not to the seer, but to the dream you see, and it is nothing but your false wakefulness. If you go into the facts of the dream, you will come to know the origin and working of your consciousness. Thereby, you will never be afraid of birth or death. Deep sleep. When the mind gets tired, sleep happens, and you no longer sense your being. The absence of the sense of being is a state of rest. When we do not know we are, we get to rest in the non-being state, and the realization of I am dissolves. Because of consciousness, activities happen, and subsequently, there is a need for rest and forgetfulness. When consciousness forgets itself, there is peace. Forgetting consciousness means forgetting the body identity. The deep sleep state is like that of Para-Brahman, intrinsically happy, with no need to seek anything. In deep sleep, the sense of being is absent. In the morning, when you wake up, there is no world before the mental indication I am arises. The arising of wakefulness, which is false, causes grief. Everyone experiences this every day. The identification with the body increases daily and never decreases. Upon the appearance of consciousness, there is the appearance of mind, ego, and the individual consciousness. All these are different names for the same pure awareness. As long as one identifies with the body's form, there will be apparent bondage due to the body's activities. This is why many find it difficult to remain alone. The sense of being is miserable and empty. 4. Prakriti and Purusha. Yoga means union, and the one who attains it is a yogi. The union of Prakriti and Purusha is a must for the consciousness to appear, which indicates one's arrival, along with everything else. Sant Tukaram once said that his sole object of attention was Lord Narayana, whose name indicates the remembrance and the shelter of the cosmic substance, Prakriti, and the cosmic spirit, Purusha, and man and woman. With this, we have to consider the world, the experience of the world, and ourselves. The activities of the knowing that I am are experienced in three ways through the three gunas, attributes of Prakriti. The activities occur because of the Rajas guna, credit is taken by the Tamas guna, and the Sattva guna provides the light and energy for the former two. All these are the qualities of the food essence, sattva, which gives you your beingness, resulting in mental modifications in a myriad of activities. Your being indicates the luminous existence and is called Bhagwan, the original cosmic spirit. In this luminosity, this flood of light, the world is made manifest. Like two hands working as one, the Rajas and Tamas perform all activities, including the work of Sattva. Take a moment to consider what is most important to you in this world. The most important thing is your consciousness, and that consciousness depends on Sattva, the food essence. The taste of the food essence is the memory I am. Along with the coming of consciousness, your multiple other needs also begin, or arise. Our main need is to be alive, to remain, and this need is the quality of the primary illusion, or self-love. All activities are because of the Prakriti, and the above-mentioned qualities describe her actions and behavior. The experience of the world is the experience of cosmic substance. Purusha is only a witness, it doesn't participate in any activity. Prakriti can be described as darkness, or night, and light, or day. The darkness indicates ignorance, tamas, and the light, sattva, indicates knowledge, jnana. Prior to the clarity of the sunlight, you accepted the ego, and the body and its gender as the root of who you are. The ignorant person. People often identify with the body form and the activities of the gunas. It is said that we are born again and again, and suffer karmically because of this identity, along with the belief in doership. The ignorant person, tamasic, is inundated with information and is easily affected by this knowledge. Ignorance means to imagine ourselves to be that which we are not. Any activity done through this identity will be of ignorance and darkness. The ignorant person eventually dies with the same conviction, remaining stuck in the field of Prakriti and Maya. In reality, actions are not ours but are due to the gunas. There is simply the appearance of the gunas, and we need not be concerned with the experiences that transpire because of them. One who knows the secret of what I am describing becomes the knower of the gunas. When there is illumination due to the Satguru, then the darkness, or night, dissolves. Because of Sattva, we come to know that we are. So, what is the nature of the gunas? They are akin to the qualities of the food essence. Consider the different tastes of food, such as sweet, hot, sour, and so on. Can any taste create actual bondage? The consciousness of every person reflects the quality of various food essence items. How can they be in bondage? Our consciousness, sattva, is like the sweetness of food. Being attached to one's short-lived existence, one forgets the self. But the devotee receives a hint from the Satguru, and instantly he or she realizes the unconditioned along with the three gunas and the three states. He or she attains a state immeasurable by time. The ego's assertion, I am the body is my form, will disappear. With the removal of your body identity, the movement and darkness of the ego will effortlessly vanish like the rising of the sun and the spontaneous dissolution of the night. The darkness makes us imagine that we have a form, but we are, in fact, formless. Just as day and night don't exist together at the same time, similarly the Purusha and the Prakriti don't arise in unison. Whereas Purusha remains hidden and unmanifest, Prakriti is manifest. Prakriti is like a fort. The body is the fort and the ego, which is the identity in the body, is the fort's protector. The ego itself is darkness. But when the day shines light on such darkness, illuminating the falseness of the notion of being form, the truth of one's formlessness becomes known. It is then clear that you have no body and you have no form. With this realization, it is also clear that you are not a man or a woman. Beyond bondage. Once you realize that you are not the body, you transcend all three gunas. You are, in truth, the illumination in the body, Bhagavan, which is like the sun, the Jnana Surya. Darkness has no sway when you are rooted in your conviction that you are not the body. The Prakriti and Maya simply vanish. There is no need to drive them away. After sunrise, even the darkest night vanishes. But if the sun doesn't rise, the darkness seems real. One who believes themselves to be the body inadvertently creates an ego. When there is no form, there is no ego. Ahankar means, I am the body, it is my form. Because of this conviction, the Prakriti becomes robust. But when one becomes a Jnani and deciphers that the body is not his or her form, it becomes known to them that the body is attributable to their I amness, which is the quality of the food essence. Finally, going beyond the fort, the Jnani is neither the body nor the food essence, he or she is attributeless, beyond birth, beyond death, beyond ego. All this happens spontaneously and simultaneously. For the Jnani, there is no coming and going, but your Guru's grace is needed. Because of Sattva, you came to know you are. Because of Rajas, there are activities. Because of Tamas, there is claiming or taking credit for activities. All these are the qualities of the food essence, and you are not the food essence. Once you come to know this, what needs will you have? What will be your cares? For what will you have desires and feelings? The three gunas are formless, as are the three states, but they have love for attachment and attachment for love. The witness is the Atma. Atma is prior to all states and gunas. Forgetting this, becoming immersed in the gunas, and identifying with the body results in bondage, which is only a concept. Your ideas and concepts have bound you. If truth be told, even the gunas are not in bondage. Nothing is bound. The sattva guna, or food essence, is like a particle of gold. The existence of sattva is due to the 5 elements, and it comes from the earth. The 5 elements create vegetation, vegetation creates consciousness, and the 3 states appear. The taste of the supreme reality. In the past, a proper, vegetarian diet was recommended to purify sattva. It was believed that by eating non-vegetarian food, the attachment for sense pleasure increases. As well, cow's milk was very important to this purifying diet, as this milk is clean and its consumption keeps one away from bad taste and bad habits. It was also believed that consuming cow's milk helps in self-realization, as the cow was associated with Brahman, the conviction that one is Brahman. It was said, serve a cow, serve a Brahman, meaning, serve a sage, and so cows were thus protected. Your sense of I am has neither shape nor form but has the taste of the supreme reality. This knowledge indicates our existence or presence. Just as sweetness is the quality of sugar, similarly, our I amness is the quality of sattva. Consciousness indicates our presence, or our existence, the great reminder. The knowledge I am is material knowledge. This is a yoga, union, of 8, the 5 elements and the 3 gunas. I amness is the quality of Prakriti and not that of the true self. When you come to understand sattva and realize that you are not even the sattva, you go beyond beingness, consciousness, I amness. The Jnani does not depend on hearsay, for his knowledge is known directly. He or she knows they are not the body but the I amness itself, the Ishvara principle. But even then, their knowing and being are due to the sattva guna, the food essence. Ishvara is also the creation of Maya, illusion. Take a seat, a stable posture which is not of the body but of conviction, and you will receive the full extent of information about the 3 gunas and the 3 states, waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. This trinity is the quality of sattva, the food essence, and acts through the 3 gunas. One's experience of birth is nothing but the appearance of these states. Sweetness is a quality of sugar, but sugar is not its qualities. No, you are not the sattva, or the food essence, and realize that you play no part in any guna-based activity. I am the witness of consciousness, sattva. I am not the body. But therefore, what am I? I am the Absolute, where there are no attributes. I am unconcerned with activities. The universe is my vision. Consciousness and the universe coexist. We can call consciousness Ishvara, and it is in harmony with the universe, and one who realizes this non-dual self knows it to be the Absolute. The Absolute is unaffected by the gunas. Through meditation and the chanting of a mantra, the food essence and consciousness become purified. With devotion, all the impurities of the sattva guna are purified, creating a suitable condition for the attainment of knowledge of the self, and the requisition of attachment to sense objects. Take, Lord, unto thyself my sense of self, and let it vanish utterly. Take, Lord, my life. Live thou my life through me. I live no longer, Lord, but in me now thou livest. Between thee and me, my God, there is no longer room for I and mine. Sant Tukaram. 5. Mahamantra, the great reminder. The 5 senses and the 3 qualities, gunas, are your 8 steps in yoga. And I am is the great reminder, Mahamantra. You can learn from them all you need to know. Be attentive, inquire ceaselessly. That is all. Where did you get the information about your being? Does anyone wonder how this beingness appeared, and where it came from? How are you confident about your existence? The answer lies in your I am-ness. And because of this, which appears as knowledge and love, you are sure that you exist. You love yourself. Whom else do you love to the same extent as yourself? Your love for yourself is the love for knowledge, for God, and for love itself. It is true that God exists prior to everything, but you are the proof of God's existence. In your absence, God has no godhood. As long as you don't feel your existence, God also is not self-aware. You were born so you could reflect upon your existence. This truth is available to you. Because there is no other material than consciousness, your body identification has led to many problems and difficulties. When you grow acquainted with this consciousness, though, you will realize the manifest and the unmanifest, which is whole and complete. In reality, you have no form, you are luminous, and your sense of being reflects the Supreme. A small particle of food essence is whispering to you, I am your consciousness, the I am knowledge, your beingness. Our true being seems far away. Like that of the king who saw himself as the beggar, forgetfulness of reality results in a poor condition. Or to use another metaphor, consider the reflection of the sun in a pond. The sun is very distant but is reflected and seems to move in the water. Similarly, our true being seems far away, but its reflection is moving in the food essence. The reflection of reality is our beingness, the news that I am. The day begins in the morning and ends at night. Have you ever witnessed this deliberately, the coming and going of day? Did you have to monitor the periods of the day? Of course not. No effort was needed to witness, to observe, it happened spontaneously. Similarly, notice the presence of your beingness without effort. The news that you are has appeared spontaneously and the knowledge has easily emerged. The body does not want to lose the I am. My beingness should be well fed and cared for, says the body. When the news that I am was absent, there was no need, no demand. You've accepted your sense of being, you know that it is spontaneously present in the body. You've understood this, but how are you making use of this knowledge? The initiation was given to you because you mistakenly accepted the body as your form. Release the bodily identity. Sri Krishna says, a rare one sees me in his heart as the form of all gods and goddesses. But whose light is it? It is the light of the news I am. Now that you've accepted your beingness, the bodily identity should be released effortlessly. You do not need to reject it deliberately, or with force. You have been given this initiation, not the body identity, so find time to receive the initiation, to abide in the self. Many do not make spare time to abide in the self. People go on working, and when they are tired, they sleep. Setting time aside for this abidance is paramount to one's well-being. No matter the state of the body, nothing can disturb the knowledge inside it. In Marathi, the word havat is important, as a with makron h means 8, referring to the 5 elements and the 3 gunas, and van means sample. Therefore, havat is the memory I am. Does memory have a shape? By imagining something, you give it a shape. For example, let's say you met a great man yesterday and you have a memory of that meeting. Imagine it. What is the shape or form of that memory? When the food juices are healthy, pure beingness is present. But with impurities, bodily sickness, vyadi, begins, which gives way to mental illness. Having studied the body, the doctors and Vaidya know it well. They remove the disturbance from the body, setting it right and turning disease into ease of the body-mind. Both Vyadi and Adi, the disturbed mind, are the nature of Prakriti and Maya, not the self. The effect of Maya is forgetfulness. For example, somebody may ask you to do something, and despite your promise, you forget to follow through. Similarly, forgetting our true self and instead granting attention to the body is also due to Maya. Of course, make use of the body's ears for listening, but do so while knowing that you are not the body. It is the knowledge I am, the consciousness, that listens. Detaching from the body identity, forgetting it, leads to pure peace. No other God. The self is the sense of being having appeared. There is no God other than your sense of being. The news I am is neither a man nor a woman, for it has no shape. The memory I am is also the feeling I am. This feeling remains for a certain period, it is time-bound. If we have met, it was consciousness, not the body, that was aware of this meeting. Consciousness has met itself consciously. It is not the intellect, the mind, or the body that is the proof of this meeting, it is the consciousness. We both know about meeting one another. Is my knowledge and your knowledge of our meeting any different? Names and forms create a cloak of illusion over the light of the purity of being. Although consciousness, which is the expression of God, is invisible, you feel this presence as I am. Slowly, with faith, develop the conviction that consciousness is God. And with enduring faith, truth manifests itself. Ishwara says, have faith in me and know I am God, know I am consciousness residing in the body. Because I am, you have the knowledge that you are and you have the knowledge that the world is. You are formless, the name and form of the body are not yours. Such a person knows me and deserves my grace. Typically, when you listen to something, you reject some parts and accept others, but the worthiest thing to accept is the I am knowledge, in its entirety. We have to consider the knowledge we are as Guru, as Bhagwan, and ultimately, as the Self. One who accepts these three, Guru, God, and beingness, comes to know their true being. The devotee comes to know that whatever is lovable based on the body identity is worth rejecting. But such an understanding is scarce, and some people try to be spiritual throughout their lives but remain stuck in the conviction that they will die as a body. Slowly, one realizes one's identity as Bhagwan, God, as light. Until that realization, one's duties are important. The scriptures, including the Vedas and the Shrutis, indicate such duties which are conducive for a smooth, mundane life. 6. Everything depends on consciousness. This consciousness is one and present in all. as it is all-pervasive. In reality, the same is the self. We must take an oath and should have conviction about our true nature. This itself is yoga. Everybody is eligible to realize the self. Consider yourself not as the body and its form, but as consciousness. The body is in consciousness, and consciousness is in the body. It consumes food essence and develops. Just as with the oil lamp, there is oil, and therefore a flame with heat and light. In the food essence, there is consciousness. You can never experience your consciousness without the simultaneous experience of the world. When you know that you are, you know, also, that the world is. The existence of everything depends on consciousness. With our consciousness, we come to know about the unmoving, such as mountains and trees, and the moving, such as the various creatures. That which is static and that which is dynamic are the forms of our consciousness, and you experience its qualities, its form, nature, and behavior. All of these activities begin with the knowledge I am. Through the body, you come to know your I am-ness. That knowledge has neither shape nor limbs, you simply are that knowledge and that consciousness. With no organs, it is pure knowledge. Although you are pure consciousness, you identify yourself as the body, and as a result, you become accused of the body's actions. Consciousness appears to be nebulous, but through yogic illusion, it acts dominantly. Your consciousness is the most important thing you have. Your consciousness is as important as Guru, God, and Brahman. Your world, that is, the various scenes that appear, is born in the light of your consciousness. Whatever is non-existent becomes manifest in the light of your consciousness. Your consciousness spontaneously becomes unconscious, and when it does, you are not aware of your existence, you do not know that you are. This not knowing state is called samadhi, absorption in the self, or deep sleep. In the waking state, you know that you are and you know and perceive the world with all its happenings. Nothing greater. There is nothing greater than consciousness, than your I am knowledge. But this consciousness is not permanent, indeed, it is destined to vanish. Therefore, the need for discrimination is crucial. You must worship your consciousness as Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, or Shiva. Remember, non-dual worshipping of consciousness means treating it as God and with great significance. It means giving your consciousness the prominence it deserves. The universe appears from consciousness. The witness of consciousness is not in consciousness but is its witness. Not being involved in the gunas, the witness can determine that all activities are because of the gunas. If you identify yourself with the food essence body, you will become embroiled in such activities. Your involvement in the body-mind's activities is due to imagining that you have a form. But once you realize that you are not this amassed food, then you will release this misunderstanding. Your sense of I am receives whatever name you give it. For practical purposes and to aid understanding, names are used. You are consciousness, you are knowledge, anugraha. Anu means minute and graha means acceptance. You have now accepted that you are consciousness in the body, and you should spontaneously know the manifest as the realization I am, I exist. The unmanifest knows the manifest as I am. The liberation of consciousness. If you understand consciousness fully, you will know the reflection of the absolute reality in the food essence body. With this knowledge, you will observe the liberation, moksha, of consciousness. Worship beingness. Whatever you see will vanish, including the news that I am. Worship your beingness, your Guru, your God, one-pointedly. Release duality with yourself and know there is no other protector than that. For whom do you work day and night? Is it for beingness? What is greater than the memory I am? Worship your sense of being. It is God, or Brahman, and nothing is more significant than that. A true devotee worships their consciousness without duality. They identify themselves with their consciousness. They know their consciousness as the form of the great God, their true self. Is there meditation in attention, or is there attention in meditation? There is no correct response, as both meditation and attention are the same. Do not avoid your worldly activities, but just know they are time-bound. Your I amness began on the first day of your life and will end when the food juices dry up. And at the end, your I amness will disappear. To know the truth, meditate, calling yourself Ram, Krishna, God, or whatever you like. You may call your beingness by any name, but you must align with the conviction of your knowledge. It is your true being. The names of God are unlimited, Sahasranama. The names of God are many, but God's essence, the sense of being in the human form, is singular. Devotee, if consciousness is not present in the body becomes valueless. Even a multimillionaire derives their value from their consciousness alone. Without consciousness, even multimillionaires' relatives will dispose of the body at the earliest time without even drinking a few of water. Without consciousness, the body may as well be discarded. Without consciousness, the universe is a desolate place. God, the universe only has value because of the knowledge I am. Objects have significance because of your fondness for them. If Brahman likes something, its value increases. Devotee, without my sense of being, what is the value of the world? God, I'm not separate from my devotee, and my devotee is not separate from me. The knowledge I am is my timeless form. When the devotee attains unity with me, what else do they need? A conversation between God and devotee expressed by Maharaj. The speaker is speaking, and the listener is listening, but the one who is listening is themselves a form of God. Pure being knows this and gives attention to itself in non-dual meditation. This state of oneness is the most exceptional devotion. 7. Sadhana, there is nothing to become. From the body you get the knowledge of I am. In this process you become more and more subtle. When you are in a position to witness the knowledge I am, you have reached the highest. In this way you must try to understand, and the seeds of knowledge will sprout in you. There are many holy men and saints in this world. Such revered people are merely experts in concepts, they are guided by concepts, immersed in notions. One person calls himself Brahma or Vishnu, another Shiva, and there is opposition between the two. There are places named after Shiva and Vishnu, Shiva Kanchi and Vishnu Kanchi, and followers of one group do not enter the territory of the other, although such situations are changing now. Everyone learns a different spiritual system, method, or practice and has to follow the dogma, rules, and restrictions as per the chosen approach. But do not misunderstand me, I am not telling you to do anything. There is nothing to become, only to be understood. There is no need to practice a method. No, Jainana, what you've heard, but do not linger as a knower. The knowing and the knowledge should be known directly. If you ask me what you should do, I will tell you to chant Jai Guru, and have full, enduring faith. With this chanting, the Sajara within you will shine, and the knowledge of that Guru will manifest. Then you will attain your true self. If you ask me to tell you the truth, I will tell you that you will know when you realize it. Set aside your worries about this question right now. All is well. Knowledge without knowing. It is unwise to take a position based on what you've merely heard. Similarly, don't be in vain of knowledge or ability. There are no guidelines and constraints. There should be knowledge without even a trace of knowing. Whatever is known will eventually be lost. It will not give you lasting company. See, know, what you were prior to consciousness, when there was no being. The sun must come to know its reflection. With schools and practices come rigid restrictions and stifling rules to be observed. Similarly, when you accept a demanding job, it comes with duties and responsibilities. Some aspirants assume to be gods with particular names, but even these identities are viewpoints and concepts that come with limitations. Such people may exhibit certain powers, but eventually they suffer for not following the dictate of the system or because they have limited themselves in some way. But when one drinks the nectar of their guru's feet, it is wholly a different matter. Here, the goal, the instrument, and the accomplished are not three, but one. In simple language, as Sant Tukaram said, a drop has occupied the universe. The universe dwells in the microcosm. The knower of this is the sage Paramahansa. If you do your sadhana while identifying yourself as the body, you will be in bondage, perpetually bound by your concepts. You cannot become what you are by any practices. All spiritual activities are for entertainment, for passing the time and for consciousness bliss. But right now, you are hearing me tell you that you are consciousness. It is resonating. Remember this. One who has settled in this knowledge exists by themselves, and they remain identityless. This has happened to me, for I have gone beyond all desires. I have no needs, neither mundane nor spiritual. I am talking about myself, and I have no proof to offer. My only witness is my Sadguru, the formless, untainted Para-Brahman beyond desires. My beingness has become godly. The knower has gone beyond itself, beyond this world, assuming no position. This is what I am. Everyone is eligible to share this bliss. But so often, instead, people remain rooted in their identity and live in this world, mostly relying on their bodies, sure of their birth and death. But one can break this chain of bondage. Become sure that you are consciousness, and in this you will know the I am, God, and the world is the nectar of your guru's feet. Then it will be apparent to you that what appears as your individual consciousness is, in reality, the life of the entire universe. Then, you will see that all five elements are contained in your consciousness. In the words of a great sage, you will see the entire universe as your home, and you will become everything, including the moving and the inert. You will see your consciousness as infinite and all-encompassing. But this realization will only come by drinking the nectar. Meditation. It is acceptable that we say meditate, but what we mean is hold your attention. Your normal meditation is on your body identity, and because of the focus you place on this identity, you mistakenly believe yourself to be a man or a woman. Whatever appears to you will not give you company, as any state is a passing phase. Meditation should be done by consciousness on consciousness, beingness on beingness, I amness on I amness, thereby, consciousness gets purified. The true devotee knows that the meditation is on the meditation. And when their meditating ends, their conviction about the Absolute does not wane. What remains is the permanent, perpetual, Para-Brahman. Many people have tried to describe the ultimate reality, but have never seen it. It is that one without a second, Advaita. It is spotless, without characteristics. No words and no names can reach it, yet everyone knows the ultimate with their direct experience. Due to meditation, at so-called death, you will occupy the whole universe. The universe will be your new form, dwelling within you, dwelling as you. Thereafter, you will attain the non-being and the ever-existent state. Its qualities are different from that of the body. It is inapprehensible by the senses and unknowable by the mind's intellect. Let me gently remind you again, you are present, you are. Be confident in this knowing. Be firm that you are the proof that the Ishvara God is. And remember that if you do not have the knowledge that you are, then Ishvara would also not have the knowledge that it is. You have heard about the Ishvara, he is, and his isness is known to the world. Your existence is the proof of the existence of Ishvara, the world, and the individual soul, and if your existence doesn't prove it, then all three are not present. Consciousness is the sign of my presence in every living form. Human beings, through Bhakti Yoga, can realize this. Your present problem is how to put into practice what you've been told. The solution is simple: meditate on my words. To meditate on, and live by, your Guru's teaching is the greatest worship and the highest form of spirituality. Remember that you are prior to consciousness, and abide by my words. Nothing will affect you, and that is the ultimate achievement. You must do yoga of knowledge, Jnana Yoga. With the assistance of yoga, in this very life and in this very body you will attain the state of the ultimate. Do not be like those who have no time to befriend the self, who waste their time in various body-based acquaintances and relationships. If you become friends with yourself, you will live from your true identity. For that, you must develop and maintain implicit faith in the self. When you drink the nectar of your Guru's feet, you will see yourself as alone, all one. There won't be any others. This aloneness is called the yoga of the self. And here, the devotion of the seeker is the love for their consciousness, their self-love. The devotee becomes one with their consciousness, and they call it the Lord's feet or the Guru's feet. The so-called realized take themselves to be somebody, and they cannot remain without a technique or conceptual stance. But it is one who drinks the nectar who is the real devotee. They are alone, the absolute. They are in the state of the supreme which is beyond knowledge and ignorance. Chanting. When God Ishvara helps a devotee, is he simply doing the devotee a favor? No. God is in the devotee and therefore helping himself. But if God is present in everybody, who will favor whom? Initially, the disciple is told to worship for purification. If you remove stones, earth, and dust, you find pure water and create a well. Similarly, worship and the chanting of the mantra purifies consciousness. God already has pure consciousness, and the listener is gradually approaching the same purification. With meditation and the chanting of Om, the consciousness becomes increasingly more purified. Chanting is the sadhana of consciousness offered to the timeless self, and the mantra serves as a reminder of this non-dual truth. But chanting or meditation are not focused on the body. Chanting purifies the mind, eventually ceasing troubling mental scenes. You must chant in order to purify the vital breath, prana, the mind, and the food essence, sattva guna. If you find yourself intolerant of your beingness, repeat, Jai Guru, Jai Guru. Let the chanting of Jai Guru go within you. Has your chanting pleased the listener? Have you lost yourself in the chanting? Chant silently the mantra given to you, and you will become one with the mantra. The body will resonate with it. This is the power of mantra chanting. Due to chanting, your true self will manifest, and you will see how it merges in the absolute. One who chants the mantra regularly embodies its importance and realizes themselves to be limitless and boundless. The song of the waking state continues in dream and sleep. Although the sound cannot be heard in sleep, it is embedded in the one who slumbers, filling them with the mantra. This recitation required a commitment to be practiced in the early stages, but eventually, and without effort, in dream and sleep they become one with the mantra recited in the waking state. All the sages, especially those in Maharashtra, have said nothing is more receptive than a mantra. When you recite the words, you hear them too. Words are of two types, the mental word and the spoken word. I have told you to chant the mantra, and without moving your tongue or lips, you will lose yourself in the wordless chanting. Thus, you, the chanter, and God, the listener, are pleased due to the love for the chanting of the mantra. That principle to which the chanting is addressed feels fine, relaxed and propitiated, awakened by the chanting. Hari means God, and Harinam means calling him, hallowing the God. This call is appeasing, a softening song like that of a lullaby sung to console a child. Absorbed in the lullaby, the child drifts to sleep. 8. Nisarga Yoga, Principle 1. Non-identification and right understanding. The beingness assumes that it is a body that has taken shape, so one believes that he is born and will die. The identification with the body is so strong, like the hold of the serpent, that it is not easy to do away with it. But we are the eternal principle and not what we appear to be. The one who knows the seed of this world, realizes that it is an illusion, sits quietly and doesn't blow a trumpet about it. The main problem you face is how to rid yourself of worries and pain, and, ultimately, how to discriminate between truthfulness and falsehood. Because of your identification with the body, you believe yourself to be a man or a woman, and others have told you that you will have to suffer in many ways. But with self-knowledge comes the knowing that whatever happens to the body will not affect the real you. All you need is to develop the conviction that you are your true self, not merely the body. I am not the enjoyer of the sense objects. I am their knower. Develop this faith and meditate on it. With this, you will come to know the truth and falsehood of the worldly experience. Who am I? What is consciousness? What is I am? What is the origin of consciousness? Needy, not this, not that. Practice discriminating between the permanent and the temporary and being one with the self. Your friendship and oneness with the body will remain as long as you are not one with the self. But when you become acquainted with the self, and you know it as the eternal God, nothing will affect you and the hindrances of body identification will cease. Devotee, despite all these great qualities, one typically identifies and treats oneself as a body. God, this is the effect of Maya, the illusion due to which, although one is free, one appears to be in bondage. A conversation between God and devotee expressed by Maharaj. The light of self-knowledge or beingness is purer than that of the sun and the moon. Because of illusion, Maya, you misuse the news of I am by identifying yourself with the body. The body is not your form, and this is something you will understand when you recognize the self. You have already met the self all over the world. The dream of Maya. The dreamer dreamed that he awoke, causing the universe. In the dream world, he saw his body, and experienced many shades of pain and pleasure. While the dreamer slept on a very soft, comfortable bed, he dreamed of being lost in a forest and falling into a pit. As a result, he experienced painful injuries. But this dream was not dreamed by anyone deliberately, it was a spontaneous experience, the power of Maya. In order to know the truth, you must make friends with your consciousness, your beingness, your I amness. Know that you are, know your presence as the greatest God and meditate on your presence. Through meditation, you will know the reality of the world, you will discover whether or not the world is real. And once you realize the unreality of the world, its vanishing will not cause you to suffer. When the false is known as such, there is no more misery. To achieve this, you must meditate on your beingness, on your presence. All your answers will arise from meditation. For those with right understanding, who have known consciousness in its purity, bodily death is viewed differently. They see the vital breaths, pranas, separating and leaving the body, and see themselves as one truly is, infinite and boundless. Infinite is that which is immeasurable and beyond depletion. A Jnani, or a knower of consciousness, has no coming nor going, nothing happens to them. At the end of the body, a sage knows their true nature as infinite and boundless. You give undue attention to your body and its name, and believe the body name to be the doer. But you can set aside this false identity by remembering that you are not the body. The body identity is simply the form of accumulated food. Slowly dispose of all forms, including the conceptual shape of gender. Other than the all-protecting and all-giving self, nothing is smaller than an atom or vaster than space. Remember the vastness and intimacy of who you are. Because you are not presently aware of this, the self has remained aloof. Dispose of the concept of doership by surrendering to your true self, to the I am knowledge. It is not a matter of becoming the self, but of being it. Your true identity. To know yourself and your true identity as God, take what you already know, your knowledge that you are as the ultimate, the truth. The knowledge you are appears as the world, but it is the controller of the world. It is popularly known as Brahman, that which is none other than your I am knowledge, your consciousness, your beingness. I am revealing to you your true identity. In the initial stages of spirituality, your consciousness is all that you have to proceed with. But abiding by my words will reveal that you are not the food body, nor even consciousness. Without seeking truth from others, the seeker who trusts and abides knows that he or she is not the body. One must progress in this correct direction. Despite your current bodily state, without body identity you are always pure. Gradually release your grasp of the conviction that you were born. Whatever you consider yourself to be is illusory, it's only ignorance created out of ignorance. Knowledge created out of knowledge, however, has given you the proof you are consciousness. And your consciousness is your real identity. However, so far you have not made that initiation your own experience. Treat the initiation you have received here with honesty, saying, I have received knowledge from knowledge. I know it and remember it. I met my guru. This knowledge is vital and sufficient. Say it when the first concept about the shape of the body arises in the morning. Remind yourself that before waking, you were pure awareness, formless and boundless. But is it the body that has received this knowledge? Was the knowledge or remembrance of meeting me obtained by the body? You must discriminate and give attention to that which is prior to the world. This is your true identity. Meditate on it. 9. Nisarga Yoga, Principle 2. Interest and earnestness. Him have I seen now whom I so earnestly desired to see, I met myself. I pined to see the most beloved one. Yet with love and determination, eagerness, and courage, I started on my journey. To know yourself and your true identity as God, consider what you already know, your knowledge I am, Brahman, as the ultimate, the truth. Knowledge is shapeless, pure, and luminous. Self-love and self-taste infuse this knowledge and its love for the Supreme. There are many names, but whatever is not apart from you, whether you call it Brahma, Vishnu, or Mahesh. These incarnations are advertisements that point to your worthiness. I have told you, you are Brahman. There is no Brahman apart from you, and my words are final and sincere. You inherently know the state before the appearance of your consciousness, but persistently dedicating time and attention to welcome this silent state which is the seed of the universe, of Brahman, is often challenging. Although your current mental activities reveal your likely busyness, with regular practice sitting in silence, you will eventually soothe your inner talk and conflicts. Fearless is the one who knows that their beingness is of the great God. Many worship God as an external entity, but where does such praise lead, ultimately, but to the grip of death? Death is reserved for the ignorant, whereas I am the soul of Bhagwan Sri Krishna, and his is mine. Lakhs of people proclaim this, but how many people will say they are the soul of Bhagwan Krishna? Too few, considering there should be no doubt of this. With minimal effort, all can grasp the significance of this non-intellectual knowledge and release the experience of suffering. But to do so, you must hold on to consciousness and seek clarity. And for greater clarity, you must meditate. With this meditation, you will unveil the origin of consciousness, its maintenance, and what happens after consciousness vanishes. You will acquire all this knowledge without asking for it, but just by meditating. Your true self prior to conception. Your mind gives you your bodily identity, and this, the scriptures say, results in misery and rebirth. Even now, if you see yourself as aloof from the mind, you will recognize the falsehood of birth. In a dream, a high-caste Hindu sees himself as a person of a lower caste. The dream produces wrong understanding, and one considers oneself inferior. All problems derive from your identification with the body. I caution my visitors that if they take a genuine interest in what I speak about, that they will shed all interest in their hopes, desires, and cravings. But instead of focusing on perceived losses, consider, what will you gain through your spiritual pursuit? When you receive this knowledge, you will come to know you are neither the vital breath nor the consciousness, and you will realize your true self prior to conception. What were your needs and problems then? When you understand yourself, where is the place for hopes, desires, and cravings? These are perpetual qualms for those attached to the body, but meaningless to the real devotee of the Supreme. When consciousness receives self-knowledge, we become free of all knowledge, and there is no place for hopes, desires, and cravings. An earnest, fortunate seeker will quickly grasp my words. Those who are earnest have an urgent desire to know the truth of self-knowledge, but such seekers are rare. Many have natural devotion, yet no urgency. Practice surrendering your attention at my feet, and you will be liberated in this very life. Your mind alone cannot relinquish the body identity. Greatness is the effect of remembering Guru or God. His superiority comes to pass in this recognition, and he gains satisfaction through self-acquaintance. Hold the I am knowledge in self-love and self-confidence for the good of yourself and the entire world. Worship the name of Hari or God for the knowledge and fulfillment of your being. Every morning, you wake up. Who comes to know, through words, about waking up? The one who knows about waking up is the one who first recognizes the waking. Every morning, give attention to the momentary experience in between sleep and waking. Be there fully. No effort. Just recognize the passing phase. After that ephemeral moment, the identification with the body begins, along with all the worldly activities. 10. Nisarga Yoga Principle 3. Spontaneity and effortlessness. Realized people may laugh and cry according to circumstances, but inwardly they are cool and clear, watching detachedly their own spontaneous reactions. Your efforts for pleasure ultimately result in pain. Your seeking is the result of taking credit for the body's actions, feeling that you are the doer. Your belief that you are the doer is responsible for your suffering. In the case of a sage, there is no doership, for he is not the doer. Doership is a myth born from the illusion of me and mine. Remember, Sattva gives you the sense of being, Rajas gives you activity, and Tamas claims doership. All activity happens within the space of pure awareness, and we apparently have a localized sense of being amidst this movement. Any activity gives shape to the space in which it occurs. Because of self-love, the affection consciousness has for itself, we experience the spontaneous happening of things as per the situation. Where there is consciousness, a form to feed, then it materializes. The body is the form taken by the food, and the food body sustains consciousness. As long as there is consciousness, the body is essential. Likewise, as long as there is the body, food is required. But without consciousness, what is the importance of the body? Because of consciousness, we give a name to the consumed food. When the sage speaks, we give his or her words full attention, thus attaining the meaning of the words. The devotee, with great desire and liking for worship, need not exert strenuous effort, for he or she understands that although Ishvara transcends physical existence, consciousness is testimony to God's presence and existence. Silently listen to these words. Let them wash over you, and recognize them as truth. Actions do not happen due to any other doer, for all activity is spontaneous. The Jnani knows this and does not seek involvement or claim any movements, actions, or work, just as you can observe objects in a room without identifying with them. All your activities and needs are met. God takes care of us spontaneously, not by using his intellect. Just as the five elements do not need intellect, neither does consciousness. For the one who is beyond all this, there is no requirement of thought or cognition. In the case of the Supreme Reality, there is no beingness at all and no knowledge of its existence. Everybody has direct knowledge of this, but the body identity breeds forgetfulness, resulting in the loss of one's natural joy. When you have faith in the self, and the self has confidence in you, all your activities and needs are met spontaneously. When you develop this confidence, you need not do manual labor to feed yourself. Simply recall and listen to the self with self-remembrance and reverence. Your existence is a spontaneous activity of the One. For 9 months, the One is there for the unborn in the warmth of the womb before the parents and the unborn have formed the familial bonds of love. The unborn was protected, and when the pregnancy came to term, the self safely delivered it. We should direct our attention and devotion to realization of the self, and consider self as the one true deity, as the all-doer and all-protector. When I didn't know my parents, and they didn't know me, the one who did everything for me created this wonderful body and all its organs. That one did everything for me without my knowing, without my asking. Whose skill is all this? It is the skill of that self to whom I surrender. I consider that Supreme Reality, which is also myself, as my teacher, my guru. I worship him. The self made no demands on me, and helped me without my knowledge. As a baby, I knew nothing, and everything was done for me by the one who is the Atma. Although a human being with such a high level of trust and confidence in the Atma is rather rare, it does not need to be that way. An Atma devotee can develop the assurance that the self is doing everything on their behalf. He or she says, "Myself is feeding me, and I have faith in myself. It is what I am. I am formless, I am luminous." But instead of following this course of devotion, most people follow the mind. They feel that the mind is their guru. The opposite is true. It is the mind that feeds and preserves ignorance. And it is the Atma that feeds and preserves the devotee. Atma means God, Guru, Brahman. The devotee knows this. The devotee is fed and protected like the unborn. Although having such an undying faith is difficult, this level of devotion is possible for all. Start by rejecting what the mind tells you, and instead, live with the constant remembrance that, my Atma is all-powerful, it is feeding and protecting me. Consider yourself not as what your mind says, but know yourself as what I am telling you here. These words of devotion are the utterance of the self, the pure, the spotless, the unblemished, the most worthy and venerated. A true disciple meditates and through inquiry identifies the food body and its qualities. Consequently, the disciple knows he or she is least concerned with the activities of the body. The disciple knows doership is illusory and is apart from the body and its constant activities. 11. Nisarga Yoga, Principle 4. Attentiveness to being. The right meditation is when you contemplate yourself. There should be no concepts or images while you are contemplating. Brahman is without concepts. What you must witness is not your thoughts but the consciousness I am. Everything is an expression of the I am, but you are not that, you are prior to the I am. There are many methods for paying attention to your beingness, but the main one is to dwell on the knowledge that you are. Make friends with your I am, worship it and have the certainty of conviction that it is He Nath Narayan Vasudeva. Give attention to your most loyal friend and let its remembrance worship itself with a heart of non-duality. There is nothing other than that. The I am knowledge is the knowledge of Brahman. Give attention to that knowledge and meditate on it. The I am knowledge, your consciousness, is your love, your liking, your need. Our sense of being is possible because of the self and our affection for consciousness. The self-love exists in all living beings. Seek it, be attentive, and you will find it. Meditate on my words and hold to this knowledge. Let it be easy. Consciousness must hold on to itself. By meditating on consciousness, you will see that the worldly experience is untrue. The main thing to do is to have total abidance in your Guru. In whatever situation you find yourself, you are always consciousness. Initially, don't discuss all this with others. Do this for yourself. In due course, self-knowledge will shine out of you. This will happen when you propitiate your consciousness by first establishing yourself in your being and not in the body identity. Your consciousness is the product of the 5 elements, 3 gunas, and Prakriti and Purusha, all of which adds up to 10. The 10 comprise our self-love. Chanting the mantra will remind you what you are. You must live with the conviction that you are Atma. Listen to others and respect them, but remember to worship your I am knowledge. The consciousness in humans is highest due to the Supreme Self coming to know of its existence. The consciousness in the body is of God or Ishvara. With your conviction, you will know reality. With this knowledge, and firm and stable devotion, birth and death will become dreamlike for you. 12. Nisarga Yoga, Principle 5. Right action and renunciation of doership. This world is like a dream, and in this dreamlike world whatever is considered to be good or bad, merit or sin, or anything in the realm of dualistic morality is of no consequence in the process of awakening to the self. Therefore, renunciation of both sides of duality is necessary to gain self-knowledge. Whatever you do with your body attachment will cause grief and bondage. But in giving top priority to what I am saying, there will be no birth, death, nor sin, there will be no body. There will be no right doing, wrong doing, no liberation, and no help, nothing. Because of the conviction that one is the body, one has to do all duties properly. The Creator decides everyone's duties, designates the fruits of each task and action, and people work hard for these results. This mentality exists because people identify with the body. Beyond sin and merit, the scriptures describe the consequences of one's worldly actions. They state that the ignorant face final death and suffer the consequences of their sins and merits, while the self-realized, because they know death is just a misunderstanding, are unaffected by the body's defects like hate, anger, and ideas. Liberation does not come easy for those who condemn themselves. Remind yourself to revere the self. If you abide by my words and establish in the truth thereof, you will have no experience of death. If not, you will experience the end as described in the scriptures, with rebirths, and paying the cruel price of actions. Whatever you do in this world, never lose sight of the God in you, your consciousness. Its greatness and worthiness will develop in direct proportion to your faith in it. Assimilate the reality of God's words, and you will experience neither birth nor death, nor the consequences of sin and merit. Yama, the god of death, will not trouble you. Everything is born of pure awareness, and the knower of the self knows their infinite, boundless nature and that there is no death. Awareness is beyond sin and merit. It has no form or actual name, yet activities seem to happen, and this appearance is due to such conceptualizing. You must have the conviction that you are not at all the body but solely pure awareness. Such a devotee receives knowledge and transcends sin and merit. Sit in silence, and train your mind. By quietening the mind, you transcend it, and then you are taken care of by that principle. Don't let the mind lead you astray or entertain busy thoughts. This level of alertness is the sadhana, spiritual practice, of the great. Follow this practice of not entertaining nagging, unwholesome thoughts that complain about others. These thoughts have no actual worth. Therefore, do not be guided by the mind. Instead, make use of only beneficial thoughts. Silence the noise and you will have peace. Many people strive to do good deeds and go on various pilgrimages, but often enact these spiritual activities without ever transcending the body identity. A rare one separates their identity from the body and worships God with oneness. Every living being has confidence in its body, but the one who has faith in self will be untouched by death. Your fear of death is due to your body identity. You are deciding your fate and no one else. There is no God called Chitragupta to determine your fate for you, only your conviction that you are the self. A rare Atma devotee develops the confidence that the self is doing everything on their behalf. He or she says, "Myself is feeding me, and I have faith in myself. It is what I am. I am formless, I am luminous. Allow my teaching to dwell in you, and remember, your I am knowledge is the form of God. Make my words your own and self-knowledge will soon dawn in you. You will come to know everything. Your individuality will dissolve and your undefinable and stainless awareness, which is beyond sin, merit, form, bondage, pain, pleasure, and modifications, will become clear. In oneness with the self, your actions will vanish. Beyond all movement, you will be the supreme. Live by my teaching, hold on to your self-knowledge, and both proper and improper action will disappear. Once you know your true self, you will realize that all activities are spontaneous and that you are not the doer. Your responses will be like reflections in the water. Do your normal activities, and self will show you how to live. At least once a day, before going to bed, see yourself as formless, pure, and sinless, and then drift to sleep. This self-remembrance will melt away the effects of the body's actions. This meditation is on yourself only, on Brahman. This meditation is accessible to everyone, and everyone has a right to follow the true religion of the self. Ishwara says, "The I am knowledge is my form." When you are convinced of this, everything will become easy and smooth for you. 13. Nisarga Yoga, Principle 6. Going within to go beyond. When you come to the end of material world knowledge, at that stage you transcend the observer and the observed. That means that you are in a true state of beingness. Thereafter you enter the state of transcending beingness, where the identities of the observer and observed disappear. Prior to your so-called birth, there was no consciousness, but now that it is present we can talk about apparently having been born. Ask yourself, why is it that consciousness is present now? The arrival of consciousness is the catalyst for the search for self, but when consciousness vanishes, the search also ends. We witness everything because of consciousness, but when there is no consciousness there is neither witnessing nor a witness. Our true being is beyond the world, but the news I am is in the food essence body. The knower of this has no birth and death. The I amness itself is a dream. A true seeker sees what he or she was before the appearance of consciousness and attains the knowledge of Brahman and becomes the knower. He or she recognizes that the entire universe expresses Brahman. We often point a finger to show something or knock on a door to make it known we've arrived. Now there are electric doorbells, but in the past, they didn't exist, so one knocked on the door to signify one's arrival. I mean to imply the same in the words that follow. Until today, you derived your knowledge of God and religion from what people told you based on their experience. All this is all right, but after some time, a transition takes place from ignorance to knowledge. This transition is an intermittent state. To have lasting satisfaction as consciousness, one must have direct knowledge about the origin of ignorance and knowledge. I call this self-realization the direct knowledge of existence. Seeing visions of various forms is for mere entertainment only and not the realization of self-attainment. However, you can meditate on some form and name of God while going to sleep, remembering it is God Himself retiring. The assertion I am God should be your conviction while drifting off, and this will assist you in becoming established in God. The devotee takes the vow and will not break it. He or she says, even if I die, I will not give up the vow. Accept this vow to sustain your faith and strengthen your belief. In surrendering to your I amness, the inexhaustible self will remain with you in its limitlessness. Self does not exist apart from you, it exists because of you, and you exist because of that. In deep sleep, you do not know that you are, as sleeping conceals the unmanifest. What reveals the quality of deep sleep? It is your true self. Listen to this silently, remember it, and meditate on what you remember. Bhagwan Sri Krishna said, do all your activities but don't forget me. A fool becomes a victor becomes a gem among sages, and a gem becomes the eternal. This transformation happens through holding the feet of the I am consciousness, your Guru or Hari, and meditating on Brahman. The mind doesn't know the self, it only knows the body. Your consciousness is the Atma, and we cannot call it either small or big, as it is formless. We can attribute a specific size to form, but if something is formless, how can we measure it or apply characteristics and qualities? The self is subtle and fine, like space, and just as limitless. It is more than vast, for it is all-pervasive. When a fire is extinguished, can we say it has gone anywhere? Similarly, your self doesn't appear and disappear, but is everywhere. To transcend the world, meditate on your memory I am and go within yourself. But don't get mixed up in the body. Search inside to understand how and why your consciousness has appeared. The disciple meditates on the knowing I am to find its origin. While searching for the source, in the initial stages, gurus and texts suggest various explanations. But the seeker continues to meditate, and finally, even consciousness vanishes. Occasionally in villages, somebody feels the need to vomit due to the bite of an insect, which infests animals such as cows and buffaloes. It is not easy to remove the insect, and as long as it bites, the urge to vomit prevails. Similarly, your sense of I amness is due to the food essence quality, but your true, pure being is beyond it. One who knows this self is beyond the I am. The devotee's main fondness is for their consciousness, and the most unfortunate occurrence is when consciousness identifies itself with the body. When one knows that one is not the body, one finds that one is already free, needing no liberation. One finds that one is not only free, but infinite and boundless. Forgetting reality, the dream world appears. One who knows this secret goes beyond the known, beyond all trouble. You may call it prior to beingness, in which there is neither sleep nor wakefulness. 14. Nisargadatta Principle 7. Awareness of self. Really, the soul has no independent existence either in the worldly or in the spiritual life. God alone exists in the real sense of the term. Both the ways of life belong to Him. Hence, mere remembrance of God is the only duty of the soul. If this conviction is firmly rooted in it, the soul would be able to enjoy happiness and satisfaction. He would then realize his oneness with God and enjoy all-round happiness and bliss in both worldly and spiritual life. Bhagwan Sri Krishna says, I amness is illusory. I don't have I amness. The sense of being is absent in the Absolute. Paramatman is beyond beingness, beyond consciousness, beyond time. It has no color or form, it is indescribable. The self is free of bondage and reasons. You know you once existed without a body, and I am pointing out your present state of captivity in body identification. Do all your daily activities, but at least at bedtime, remember these qualities of the Atma. It is infinite, all-pervasive, holy, and pure. The most important truth to remember is that it is what we are. While going to bed and before deep sleep, assert that you are the self or Atma. Remember the self and not the mind. Meditation on consciousness will open up all avenues of the knowledge of self. There will be no need to ask anyone to explain anything to you. In this world, there is nothing higher than self-knowledge, because with self-knowledge you will see for yourself that you are eternal and always free. Ask yourself, is it the ear that listens or the self which has no body and no organs? You suffer greatly, but do you give attention to that self? With whose grace do people learn various arts and become famous? It is the grace of the self that bestows every possibility. When the grace of your Guru and self unite, one becomes fully realized, unconditioned, without attributes, without form, without identity. This is the original state. If you desire the transcendence of the body-mind identity, you must go to your source. Any other means of transcendence will not give you Vishnu's or Shiva's abode, but only unhappiness and dissatisfaction. For so long as you don't know the origin of your consciousness, your mind will control you. You must drink the nectar of your Guru's feet, which itself is the form of God. All other activities will reward you like the wages of a laborer. Your reward may even be some spiritual power, but you cannot solve your existential puzzle or dismantle your burden. The hold of the mind and intellect over you will not let loose. If you put salt in water, it dissolves. Similarly, for the follower of true religion, all actions and fruits are suspended. There are no actions, hopes, desires, or cravings. We may say these get fulfilled. The self-realized seems to act in the world, belongs to a family and has a spouse and children, but has no desire. This fact remains a riddle for most people, and so there is no end to actions for fruits and rewards. And just as salt vanishes in water, wood vanishes in fire. Similarly, the actions of the realized vanish too. When two flames come together, they appear to be one. For the devotee who becomes one with the self, whatever appears is seen as that one. The godly sense I am does not remain as knowledge everlastingly. Does that mean this knowledge will die? You will know the how and why of this question when you have faith. With this knowledge, you will transcend the bondage of hope, desire, and craving. Disregard the I and tell me who you are. Without the personal I there is only pure being. The disciple, who becomes one with my words, knows that their beingness is the proof of the existence of the great God. Before going to sleep, remember you are the Absolute, for whatever you remember, you experience during sleep. The remembering may be intentional or otherwise, but the experience happens nevertheless and the changes take place during sleep. So, again, before going to sleep, remember that you are the holy, the pure, the untainted and spotless Supreme Absolute. And because you remember, the necessary changes will take place in your consciousness. 15. Stabilize and observe. The I am concept is the last outpost of the illusion. Hold on to it, stabilize in the I am, then you are no more an individual. You may ask while busy with daily activities, how should I remember my beingness? How should I meditate? You are concerned that meditation will be disturbed by such activities. Even when the body has no pain, the I amness in the body is troublesome, full of disturbance. The love for beingness can often irritate a person, driving one to busy themselves to forget this trouble. To make the news I am steady and fearless, I advise you to worship God and Guru, and you will realize your being as God. When you adhere to your form as consciousness, your worthiness will improve day by day, and you will realize your true identity. You will become increasingly more joyful when you become established in consciousness and forget the body identity. As long as you identify yourself as the body, you will be conscious of the body, and your beingness will seem unbearable. To tolerate this, you have to immerse yourself in activity. This discomfort demands action. It seems every living being has to stay busy to put up with its consciousness. Try to face it without doing anything. I wish to repeat that you must learn to meditate on your consciousness. As you stabilize in consciousness as your true identity, you will not need hopes, desires, and cravings, just as when your stomach is full, you stop eating. Meditating on ourself and abiding by ourself is our religion. Abiding in the self is to follow our true religion. Conversely, following our mind is to have a downfall. The self does not need the mind, hence my advice to abide in yourself only. Remember the self and its luminosity, purity, and holiness. It will only serve you well. That self, that Atma, is what I am. Say this before drifting into deep sleep, or at least while going to bed. Even now, if you see yourself as aloof from the mind, you will discern the falsehood of your assumed birth. Hold on to the I am. Through friendship and self-love, God has become incarnate. Realize the self and discover there is no greater God than your own consciousness. Every human being must develop the conviction and knowledge that despite the imaginary structure of consciousness, it is beyond shape and form. People desire God, but do not realize that God is their very consciousness. Through dedicated meditation, this knowledge must gradually take root in the seeker of God, and the seeker will realize the truth of God's nature. All you need to do is hold on to the I am without thoughts or any other distraction. Although this is difficult to achieve, your consciousness must remain pure. While meditating, memories surface and you can find yourself meditating on those memories. That's okay, do not be hard on yourself. Just try again to meditate while remembering nothing. This meditation is very difficult. A spiritual seeker's mind is crowded with memories and concepts of me and mine. Forgetting their true self, one is absorbed in those memories. This is often the case for even the advanced seeker. Every individual soul is absorbed in the recollection of their home, village, position, qualities, relatives, and friends. And when you remember somebody, you recall their good and bad qualities. A person may appear to be at peace with themselves, but in reality, they may be busy ruminating. If you are earnest and have complete faith in your Guru, your meditation will become effortless and will steadily improve. With practice, you will cultivate trust in your Sadguru. Remember, you are separate from what you can observe. Because of apparent duality, there is knowing, but in the non-dual, there is no knowing. The non-dual is realized when the observer and the observed are united, yoga. In non-duality there is no witnessing, for all is one. But with the slightest difference, however, witnessing happens. Along with our sense of being there is the existence of everything. When there is no sense of being, there is nothing. With such an understanding, one remains joyful. The pleasure derived from accomplishments or from external sources is not real pleasure. Each day you gain satisfaction by doing many activities, but this is not genuine happiness. The experience of inner freedom is true joy, a joy that does not depend on anything. Each day you get involved in various things to make life more tolerable, calling that state one of pleasure. When such activities end, however, life is once again intolerable. Know that our true identity is the self whose nature is authentic joy. The faithful enjoy this kind of happiness, and need not do anything else to attain satisfaction, for this joy is of the self and is beyond bodily pleasure. The body needs attention and activities for pleasure, but that, which is joy itself, needs nothing at all. 16. Love says we are one. Some try to find me by using their mind, but such people don't realize that I am prior to the intellect. The intellect cannot find me. The intellect gives rise to the thought flow, to one's conduct and behavior. I am not in these. Prior to these, I abide in the heart as the sense of being. Sri Krishna. In the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna describes his various manifestations. While describing these, he says, "There is nothing without me. I am in everything." Right from an insect to Brahma Vishnu, there are no manifestations without this self-love. For whom is the love, liking, or affection? This love is for all, for everyone is the self. This knowledge applies to everyone unconditionally. When you assert the name of God with devotion, it becomes self-evident this love applies to everybody, and love makes the self that is all manifest. While self simply is, self is invisible. God says, by devotion, one becomes a devotee, but one, whose form is consciousness. The devotee is full of love. The lover and the loved one are not two. The devotee, who is beingness, is the original God, the cosmic spirit. An invitation to open up our true self. If it is difficult to meditate on your sense I am, use a picture or chant the name of Hari, Rama, or any other God. Make use of these names or images, and wait. This waiting helps one practice and develop inner contact. There is no need to meditate on anything else, for that direct knowledge of our true self exists in every living being as self-love and self-trust. Our care for the outer person only serves as something to pass the time. But the inner faith is our own and is grounded in the self. The chanting is calling, wake up, as an invitation to open up our true self. When one develops contact with one's inner reality, this self-love becomes obvious, and thus, the liking for the chanting increases. Through chanting this way, the pride of the mind, intellect, and ego diminishes. Brahman means word and beingness, Bra means word and man means sense of being, and the word implies knowledge of self or self-knowledge. It is not merely a matter of saying words since Brahman is prior to any words. Such a realized one, although in a body, lives as Brahman and has direct knowledge of the moving and inert. This knowledge is not the result of the intellect because before waking up, your existence does not know itself. No difference. There is no difference between you and me. We may call this inner space Brahman in its expression of infinite knowledge. Consciousness in the body is not an individual, but pure love only. There is no duality in that love. And as it is non-dual, we cannot even say the love worships itself. It is blissful and full of pleasure. The entire universe expresses that love. Sri Krishna says, I am everywhere. All are my expression. For me, there is no coming and no going. Some may sing, Hari Hari, but Hari himself is both the one who sings and listens. Chanting releases all the pain and trouble of the chanter, all bad things leave, and the self shines. The one chanting is listening to their own sound, they are the worshipped God. Whose sound is it? The sound belongs to the one who is chanting in his most natural, original form. Therefore, the chant and the chanter are not two, and this signifies unity. In non-dual meditation, the one who chants the cherished name of God becomes absorbed in God. Such a meditation, in which the inner form of the chanter shines forth, is altogether different from the typical half-hearted chanting one is accustomed to. Instead, the great worshipper, the self-devotee, experiences a joy they cannot describe, the joy of the Absolute Self. Though the words devotee, God, and Guru are different, all are one and the same. With that, do not see your Guru as an individual body, but as the Absolute, and your one-pointed worship will signify the Guru's grace. If you treat me as a body, you will yourself remain as a body. If you see your Guru as bodiless, you will see yourself as bodiless, also. If you know your Guru as an ocean of peace, you will become an ocean of peace, too. This is possible because, in reality, disciple and Guru are one, and in unity, characteristics cannot be different. In both a man and a woman, consciousness is the same, there is difference in form but not in consciousness. If you accept your true nature through my words, then my words alone provide proof of your being. My sense of being and the disciple's sense of being are the same. Only words create a difference between the two. Our knowledge of meeting each other exists, does it not? Can you separate the knowledge of meeting me from the knowledge of your being? You know about meeting me and the knowledge that we are. There is no duality in this knowledge. The Guru's words are the authority. I uttered the words, and you listened, accepted them, and consequently became your knowledge. Your beingness and my beingness have become non-dual. Is this not the case? Are you convinced of this non-duality? Pranava means Om, Omkar. It is the indication of self-love. This love is spontaneous, and it is neither made nor imagined. It is not about making love or imagining love, or about love for another person. What you observe everywhere is the love for the body identity and living and dying for body. Love for beingness is the result of spontaneity and not due to anybody's actions. In this world, our biggest goal is to know this consciousness, this self-love, our dearest love. This applies to every living being. You cannot develop this love of knowing consciousness, it happens spontaneously. This spontaneous attraction to know consciousness results in the Guru's grace. One realizes that consciousness itself is the form of their Guru. The I am knowledge is identical to the Guru's form. If one realizes this oneness, one attains liberation in this very life. This has been stated in the great book Spot. With devotion to God, to your Guru, you will come to know there is nothing apart from you, and that all your activities occur spontaneously. Your sense of being is of greatest importance, and it does not belong to some guest. It is your own. Carry on with your activities, you cannot stop them, but remember that your I am knowledge, your vision of God, and the feet of your Guru are all equal to your being. Devotee, who is Hari? Where is Hari? And, who is the devotee of Hari? Hari, love binds my devotee to me. Love is your consciousness. Love is the I am knowledge. Wherever there is the sense of being, there is also self-love. A conversation between God and devotee. The ignorant wrongly identify self-love with the body instead of with God. The ignorant do not understand that the ultimate listener is that which listens to Hari's story. Recognizing this, one develops the faith in that which is listening. If the I am knowledge wasn't present in the body, who else would listen to Hari's story? In the absence of the I am knowledge there is no worldly experience. Ishwara says, one who worships me with non-duality comes to know me and therefore receives my grace. Such a blessed one knows that the knowledge he is my form, the form of Brahman. When the knowledge you are identifies itself with God, it develops all the qualities of God. Self-love is love and love alone. Love has no form. Although love is formless, it plays in many forms. As it is formless, it is unaffected by sin and merit. 17. Self-love, the primary illusion. Love is not a name, love is not a word. Love is our consciousness, which you like most. Our consciousness itself is love. You like it very much, and in order to keep its company, you are taking so much trouble. All the activities in this world are meant to have company of self-love. We know that we cannot have its company indefinitely. Still we do so much to continue it, that is the love. In reality, whom do we love? Our love is for consciousness only. This is key. Every living being works to protect its body and consciousness, to guard its self-love, and each has the desire that this self-love should persist. Because you consider yourself as the body, you must suffer in many ways. Atma is in the body, but beyond the body, it is the light of all lights and full of self-love. Maya means self-love without form. The cause of the world is self-love, the primary illusion, and this self-love is prior to the body identity. You came to know you are, and this beingness is your need. It is straightforward. What is more loving and lovable than your consciousness? The self-love is the love to be, the love to abide. With the appearance of beingness, there is love for beingness. There is love for and liking of existence, self-infatuation. Sattva is the primary illusion and is like news that gives rise to a nuisance or a troublemaker. Sattva gives us our experience of being, our I am-ness. As long as there is the sense of being, trouble is also bound to be present, i.e., rajas and tamas. In this entire world, you are most infatuated with the love to be. The beingness is worshipped as God. In reality, there is no God and no worshipper. The self-love required concepts to manifest God. Implicit faith. The I am knowledge protects you day and night wherever you are, in water or on land. It is the self that feeds and sustains you, and in this knowledge you trust. Implicit faith means self-love, the need to be. It is the form of the all-powerful God. The sages who have experienced implicit faith have proclaimed that a person who has such faith is but one, God Himself. Our sense of being is the form of God, and there is nothing greater than this. Consciousness in the body is full of light, and is self-knowledge. The sense I am in the body is the knowledge of all knowledge of the world. The knowledge in the body knows the world as a whole. Now, you may ask, what is Brahman? It is the knowledge I am when it is convinced that it is Brahman. Here, the finite individual is transformed into infinity. The consciousness, which appears to be restricted, finds itself to be the infinite. A Brahman is one who knows that they are not a body, but Brahman, not an individual and not limited to any form, but self-existent. There is no Brahman other than self-knowledge. The knowledge I am is the quality of your food body, sattva. The whispering, or the self-love, is the primary illusion which makes a display of its truthfulness and gives you hope. You must detach from being engrossed in your daily experience. Without the illusion, you are relaxed. In the absolute state, how can pain or pleasure be felt? It can't be, because there is no sense of being in that state at all. The sense of being is Maya, which is self-love. When the sense of being is not there, the self is alone, and there is no sense of comfort or discomfort. Self-love and love of the self. Maya and self-love are present in all living beings, and all our activities are the result of our self-love. What does everyone want but to continue one's beingness, to exist? Thus, self-love is called the primary illusion. That self-love gets divided due to a person's identification with a body, and this division of love causes suffering. If you merge yourself with self-love, you will not experience pain or pleasure. But it seems to be a rare one who truly embraces their self-love, knows that they are not the body and so becomes free. Only true self-love, i.e. love of the self, knows its true identity, and knowledge of one's true identity dissolves the body identity, and thus one perceives no others. When there are no others, there are neither pains nor pleasures. When we say, I am Atma, the word I implies ego. But if you say, all is Atma, then there is no wrong identification of being a man or a woman in that statement. When you say I, the flaw of being a man or a woman can arise, but all means that the pure consciousness is shining. Appearances are derived from consciousness, which is the quality of the food essence. You are not consciousness, and therefore, not the food essence. The true spiritual seeker knows this. The ignorant remain unaware of such truths, and heaven and hell seem real. For the Jnani, heaven and hell are a myth, as reality has no fear. I amness is not real, and so fear isn't experienced. When there is no trouble, no disturbance, be sure there is no I amness. When there is consciousness, the world exists, and when there is no consciousness, the world vanishes as if it never was. And consciousness is the quality of food essence, which is not what you are. Your beingness is time-bound, and there is nothing before or after your beingness. Even if you know of Brahman, you can't interfere with the temporal unfoldment of beingness. Everything is time-bound. And everything happens and will go on happening for a certain duration because of your self-love. Brahma denotes our world and our beingness. The sum total of the world and the beingness is knowledge. Remember your self-love. Remember your self-trust, again and again. Your self-love has come without you asking for it. You know your fondness for your being, you are conscious of it. Bhagwan Sri Krishna says, I reside in the hearts of all living beings, and mainly so in human beings where I am the most luminous. The term Bhagwan means luminous. That light is the sense of being in the heart. In all living beings, there is the sense of being because of which action takes place in the world. Bhagwan Sri Krishna says, this sense of being in all living beings is my expression. My presence in all living beings is expressed by my own sense of being, by my self-love. The self-love in all is my expression. One who knows my expression, his consciousness is identical to me. Both the moving and immovable are my expression. Out of all living beings, my existence is most prominent in human form. As I am present in everyone, I cannot ignore anyone. 18. Prana, the vital breath. Mind is another name for the vital breath. There is air in the atmosphere, and there is breathing in and out. Due to this, the vital breath functions. This results in the flow of thoughts, which we call as mind. The ignorant functions as per the flow of thoughts. As all bodies are made of food essence, they are thus a result of the food consumed. In all bodies, there is the spontaneous appearance of I amness which has appeared unknowingly. What you call your birth is nothing but vital breath, prana, and the appearance of consciousness which vibrates in the body. The vital breath, mind, and consciousness have no shape. But the mind has accepted and taken the body as its form. Since the association of the vital breath and body lasts for a short time, all this is a temporary affair. Now, what is faith? You came to know that you are and you take care of your beingness, and that is faith. Your faith, your knowledge that you are, your consciousness, your beingness, your self-love, all these things have but one meaning. They all infer that every living being has, needs, and loves the vital breath, the mind, and beingness. The ignorant feel separate from life because they consider themselves to be self-contained, and they have accepted an illusory form which creates a multitude of movements and activities. But regardless of their false considerations, they are inseparable from all that is. These activities are because of the 5 vital breaths. This breathing process gives birth to the mind, and as long as there is breath, thought will endure. Mind, intellect, and ego are all names for the vital breath which becomes purified and potent, and in this power, there is also knowledge power, self-power, and the power of the food essence, sattva. When the vital breath power and the power of the food essence combine, the sense of being manifests, and we cannot say for whom this powerful phenomenon happens. All our activities are because of our vital breath in the presence of I Am. The witness of these activities is not the vital breath but Atma, the self which is complete in all respects. The vital breath and consciousness are both formless. The vital breath keeps the body alive and makes it active. But does it perish when it leaves the body? No, the vital breath does not die. When it leaves, the beingness vanishes and becomes boundless. If the vital breath leaves the body at this moment, what concern is there for any memories? The vital breath will merge in the air. The body will vanish in the fire. There is no coming and going. Every morning at the time of excretion and urination, you feel relieved. In the same way, the bodily life passes when the vital breath and mind leaves and the I Am-ness becomes not knowing. These facts are clear to the self. Who is present to die? Who is left behind? The vital breath does not die, nor does the consciousnesses, the form of the manifest Brahman. And when the vital breath leaves, consciousness becomes pure awareness. The self is eternally full, it doesn't come or go. Once we have used up an item, we say it is finished. We don't say it is dead. However, when the vital breath leaves the living body, we say the person has died. When the body dies, the vital breath leaves the body. Does anything else leave the body other than the vital breath? No, the body becomes unconscious and is cremated soon thereafter, and the vital breath becomes all-pervasive. For the self, there is no coming or going. This is a fact of reality. You will know your blissful nature when you see yourself as formless. The concept of death will not scare you. As long as you fear death, you don't have full self-knowledge. When a Jnani knows their body is going to drop, their joy cannot be described. The vital breath leaves the body and merges into air and space. In an instant, beingness becomes non-beingness. 19. The I Am without words. What I am giving you is Atma Yoga. I am not doing Bhakti Yoga, that is, bhajans, etc., it is happening, going on by itself. Bhakti Yoga means, a devotee, trying to link up with God. It is not only going on here, it is going on everywhere right from the ants. This means that everybody has that bhakti, even an ant wants to live, which is the same as bhakti. But that ant does not know it. This teaching slowly leads to silence. To be without words is the way to attain the absolute through devotion. Many find not speaking intolerable. One's words flow under the influence of the mind's stature and its mental impressions. You rely on so many things, but your reliance on the knowledge that you are must paramount. Without such knowledge, who would recognize or describe the greatness of Ishvara and concede that his crown touches the sky? When your I Am knowledge is present, there are infinite other possibilities. Consider that state before the body wakes up. Knowledge of that state is itself the initiation. To understand it we must give it a name, but there is no resting place for a name in that state. There is nothing to name. Before waking up, there was only the supreme reality which has no sense of being. Being appeared and that appearance is the initiation of I Am-ness. A seeker of the Absolute has to accept this initiation. The presence of your beingness has been taken not by a body-mind seeker but by that wordless beingness itself. My sense of being and your sense of being is the same. Only words create a difference between us. Your beingness and my beingness are non-dual. Is this not the case? Are you convinced of this non-duality? You possess the knowledge of meeting me, and you have your I Am knowledge. Both are the same. One exists both before and after self-remembrance, and in this I Am-ness, the difference between man and woman doesn't exist, the concepts of birth and death don't touch it. The ignorant individual does not know and therefore suffers pain. You give I Am-ness the name birth, but it has no shape, only a taste. But who is it that has this self-taste? You can give it any name you like, but it is beyond name and form. Living samadhi. Set aside useless thoughts, and then you will have peace. If any thought claims that you are the body, say to the thought, I am Atma, the self, formless, without modifications and pure, and tell the useless thought to go away. What will result in this practice is living samadhi, absorption, unification of mind. This living samadhi leads to the supreme natural state, which is boundless bliss, ananda, and complete contentment. Sages have given great importance to this mind-free state, and you, too, are blessed with that pure state which cannot be touched by any blemish. However, because of the insistence of your mind, you suffer from endless pain and conflict. Because you have made the mind your guru, notions of the other's wrongdoings dominate, and you feel angry and hateful. You must save yourself from this. Remember that I amness is luminous and has no shape. The self is shapeless, radiant, sinless, and is of its own nature. The self is all-powerful and united. Live with self-confidence. Meditate on what you have heard. Whenever thought says something, take whatever is urgent, necessary, and useful, and forget the rest. If somebody meets you at the wrong time, you don't end up meeting this person. Similarly, thoughts consume your time unnecessarily, so you have to reject useless thoughts. If a thought complains about somebody, disconnect from that thought. Seek silence of the mind. Meditation is necessary to maintain consciousness without thoughts. Meditation is to give attention to attention. Hold on to your consciousness, the knowledge, keep it pure with no thoughts or mental objects. You must develop oneness with your sense of being, which will then reveal all secrets, both inner and outer. With this meditation, and knowing yourself to be the self, you will realize that joy is your very nature. In that state of para-Brahman, even the sense I am witnessing dissolves into the universal witness. The knowing of consciousness simply is without remembering it, and if you try to remember, you will forget it. How many people have you met who can be said to be always embracing their beingness? That one who continually abides there doesn't talk about doing so, they simply abide as no body. When the body is not present, there is deep-seated pleasure, bliss, and relaxation, all of which the beingness experiences, the I am knowledge which is not the body but in the body. Without abidance, suffering persists. Continue with your normal daily activities, but don't forget yourself. When you experience the bliss, ananda, of the self, you will see the world like a pond without depth. Therefore, go about your daily life. You are not in bondage. Any bondage is merely the symptom of your assumed limitation. But for now, just for a moment, put aside this name and form, namarupa, and look at yourself. You are visible without looking. 20. Beyond birth and death. Prior to assuming what you are, what is already there with you? Self. Now, what are yoga and yogi? Yoga means to get or to acquire. One acquires by remembering what is already there. One who knows one's oneness with Atman is the yogi. Then, what are we in this process? We only come to know we are. I give pointers to know, but in reality, it is without any pointer. Let us now consider the end of the body. The vital breath leaves the body and joins the air outside. Consciousness neither comes nor goes. If you heat water in a vessel on a stove, the water becomes so hot that you cannot touch it. We cannot see heat. But when the fire goes out, and the water cools, you can touch it comfortably. What has happened to the heat? Does it die? The self in the body is like warmth. When the body is cold, the self has no scope to go anywhere because it is everywhere. The self that occupies the entire space has no coming and no going. At the time of death, whatever you imagine will materialize. You will face what you have decided, you determine your fate. But actually, there is no death. The word death merely serves to scare you. You may use many tons of water, but can you consume all the water? Again, the same water rains down, and its source never dries up. The self never becomes less or more. The same self expresses as the knowledge you are. As long as you keep time with the aid of day and night and determine your life accordingly, and think you were born and will one day die, self-knowledge has not dawned. As long as you measure your existence by a lifespan, you have not reached the ultimate. Remember, there is no coming and going for the self, but because of the mistaken identity with the mind, you falsely feel that it is coming and going. What comes and goes, is born and dies, has no reality. You are not the body. If you believe you are the body and get mixed up in its desires, you will suffocate in the concept of death rather than dwell in the knowledge of self. Some ignorant people at the time of death panic and become preoccupied with rebirth, and they may even see fearful images based on their concepts. A devotee may see various sages, gods, and messengers of death. A sinner perceives evil and terror. It is evident to you that the food essence is present in the body, but you continue to overlook your beingness and think yourself to be a body. You will, therefore, experience birth and death as pointed out by the Vedas and Shrutis. It is a rare seeker who understands that there is no birth, no death, no hell, and no heaven. Birth is a myth. One who abides by my words and observes well sees his or her birth as a myth. But such an occurrence is rare. Generally, people die with the body identity, believing themselves to be either a man or a woman, and they claim false doership. The Vedas, and indeed other scriptures, say that for the ignorant there is birth and death and suffering for actions. When the dream ends, the king remembers that he is not a beggar. Similarly, when our beingness dissolves, we experience fullness, completeness. In the absence of this beingness, there is no experience. As the Absolute has no sense of being, birth occurs spontaneously without intention. Otherwise, birth would have been prevented in that state. One who takes my words to heart has no experience of death. Even the birth which was once assumed to be the truth becomes false. Hence the devotee arrives at the conviction that both birth and death are untrue. The knowledge I am doesn't die. The mind also doesn't die, but vanishes. The mind is that which says, I am the body. I often tell European visitors to consider the case of an astronaut in outer space who has adequate oxygen, but no food left. Would the astronaut return to Earth to inform his or her colleagues that he or she is dying? As long as there is a supply of food and water, the sense of being will be present. The Swami, which means the I am, will stay alive. Just as a gas lighter needs gas, consciousness needs food and water for energy. Every living being dies. Death is the ultimate achievement. The realized know this, and through understanding what I am saying, you will become realized. Because a sage who is a knower of truth and beyond sin and merit, bodily death is regarded as a blissful celebration. A sage is one with self-knowledge whom death doesn't touch. For a sage at the time of so-called death, the vital breath departs, the body falls away, and yet the sage is joyful. This separating of the body is most pleasurable. Consciousness becomes purer and purer as there is peace and coolness. But this is not an extreme cold. Emotions and imaginings gradually disappear and peace blossoms. In that peace, the vital breath leaves the body, and consciousness, which is like warmth, vanishes. When the doctor examines the body, they find it to be cold. On the Mahasamadhi day of my Guru, Sri Siddharameshwar Maharaj, 5 minutes before his passing, told all of his disciples, "Now, you meditate. Don't worry about me. Nothing is going to happen to me. I'm infinite and boundless. People will say that I am dead, but no, I am not coming to an end. I am merging in my infinite, boundless true self. Birth does not belong to anyone, it is the appearance of the three states. Therefore, we could say that the three states are born. When you know what was born, your knowledge will save you from birth. The realized are great, for they know birth is but a myth. They see how they existed before so-called birth, thus, the riddle of birth gets solved, and their conviction becomes, I am unborn and ever existent. A rare seeker, a true disciple, ignores mere heresy and follows his or her guru, and consequently considers the reality of so-called birth. The seeker inquires, I do not know about birth, others have simply accused me of having been born. My so-called birth resulted in my being a man or woman. Are such accusations based on fact? Through this inquiry, we can wipe out the concept of birth and attain completeness or fullness. Others accept the idea of birth and act in the world for fruits and rewards. A real seeker is least interested in action for reward and truth, but seeks with discernment the validity of birth and death. There is no death. One with self-knowledge has no concern about losing the light and is fearless in the face of death. When the body perishes, there is no need for life. If you do not identify yourself with the true self and instead identify with the body, know that the body will not remain for long. These are facts, and in ignoring the truth, the ignorant follow the scriptures, work for fruit and reward, and so do not realize the self. Abide by my teaching, follow the true religion, and know yourself as always being the self prior to everything. Upon this firm foundation, you will slowly realize the meaning of this apparent coming and going, and, therefore, come to know your immortality. Pure awareness is formless, luminous, sinless. It is all-powerful and whole, and its nature is not affected by unreality. Live with self-confidence. Meditate on my words. Stand aloof from the mind, and you will discern the falsehood of concepts, ideas, and myths. I am formless, unblemished, pure, spotless. I have no birth and death. However, in the absence of self-knowledge, you take the vanishing of consciousness as death. You see only the dead body. Universal manifest consciousness is invisible, it has no form and cannot die. Does the taste of hot, sweet, and sour have a shape? Are they visible? A substance could be said to have a shape but not its qualities. When you see something, you gain knowledge about it, but is the knowledge itself visible? Can you show that knowledge to somebody? You can describe with words your knowledge, but you cannot visually demonstrate your knowledge. Similarly, your beingness has neither shape nor form and can be called Bhagwan. Nobody can avoid death, so why not achieve the best before dying? My guru used to say, if you have to face a tiger in the jungle, don't panic and die. Run towards the tiger without fear. That often scares the tiger away. Sages tell you not to die meekly but to live with self-confidence and self-conviction. What was not but is appearing now is bound to vanish. Therefore, why fall at the feet of an impermanent thing in fear? Will you give attention to this truth? If death is inevitable, with which identity do you wish to die? You must decide that identity now. Your human existence appears to be so stable and changeless, but it is dependent on the in and out flow of breath. In reality, it is not death but the transcendence of feelings, emotions, and all modifications. All that occurs, warmth disappearing, and cooling appearing. There is no pain during this transition. Such a peaceful exit is the result of following the great words, although I am in the body is not my form. With this conviction, the warmth of I amness decreases and consciousness gets purer and purer. There is no death, only the disappearance of heat. It is that simple. 21. Knowing Brahman is self-knowledge. What I am trying to expound is this: you are I only, I am you. I know that you are I only, but you don't know, so I am trying to give you that introduction, that acquaintance. By performing these physical yoga asanas, etc., you get a certain satisfaction, but that is not spiritual knowledge. Some say that there are in total 84 lakhs of manifestations as different kinds of creatures, but not all can know themselves like humans. The human being has been given intelligent equipment. Birth creates not only a body but also a dream world, and Brahma gains self-awareness. Your self-concepts or spiritual systems may be great, but with them come guidelines, conditions, and restrictions. But if there is no stance, then there are no boundaries. Still, you may feel through following a system comes great achievement, but that is a concept, the primary illusion of consciousness. Self-knowledge means to get acquainted with yourself. Without self-knowledge, there is no lasting peace. Self-knowledge is beyond consciousness, beyond being. It is untinged, stainless, nirguna, the absolute, the sum total of all existence. I am that. One cannot simply meditate on self-knowledge, and one cannot rush to learn this meditation. It is learned slowly with help, just as a child needs a walker first to stand and then gradually walks. After getting acquainted with self-knowledge, there is no need for any other worship. One who is proud of their self-knowledge is like raw mango, the sweetness and the taste come with ripening. Only read this, do nothing. As Sant Tukaram said, be in the state provided by nature and appreciate whatever is in store for you. Just as activities, likes, and dislikes change from childhood to old age, because of spiritual understanding, one's conviction of oneself as one's true being also changes and develops. Consciousness always knows its true nature. Because of this effortless knowing, bad taste and sense objects are not compelling to the devotee. The sense objects are not fit for them, and vice versa. As their conviction develops, they become Brahman and then realize their true nature as the supreme reality. Without self-knowledge, all work is meaningless. After self-knowledge has dawned on you, all work will lose its meaning. Even with self-knowledge, you will not be free of normal activities. For example, when you get up in the morning, you need to run to the toilet. All activity is the result of the three gunas, sattva, tamas, and rajas. The Jnani not only knows that one is not the body but that one is not the three gunas. For the Jnani, worldly hopes, desires, and cravings vanish. The real meaning of devotion is to abide in the Guru's words that you are not the body but pure knowledge. It is purified sattva that refines this knowledge. What is paramount for your well-being is your being, your I amness, your self-knowledge. Anybody can receive this supreme well-being. It is free, and nothing can obstruct it. It is self-luminous and is your authentic wealth. It feeds and protects you day and night. You may reject this knowledge, but remember, your I amness is always nourishing you. At the end of the season of ignorance, the self remains alone, full of love, joy, and peace. How to discover self-knowledge? For self-knowledge, to transform foolishness into wisdom, and wisdom into the discrimination of self, hold the feet of your I amness. Worship and meditate on your consciousness, the same consciousness which is in all living beings, indicated by the 5 sense organs and 3 gunas which supports your living and presence. Continue doing your activities, they will carry on spontaneously, but give attention to the knowledge that you are. Hold your beingness. Self-knowledge will tell you everything you need to know. To know Brahman is to have self-knowledge. We assign names to attempt to understand. The knower of consciousness is called a knower of Brahman. In the early stages, one must worship God and Guru wholeheartedly. In doing so, one's qualities and worthiness improve. The I amness is the seed of the world, and it is a seed that doesn't need water to grow. The I am knowledge is the knowledge of Brahman because their manifestation is. To receive self-knowledge, give your attention to Brahman. As it is only an illusory appearance, the world cannot give you this knowledge. What a real devotee achieves is ease and comfort while being awake. Usually, one enjoys such well-being only in deep sleep. Through purification and chanting, however, the sage's bliss isn't governed by any state. Since we easily know we are not the food material, how can we be the three states? The knower of the food body and its qualities is the realized one. The knower is prior to the vast space. We cannot depict the supreme witness, it is beyond all description. In truth, there is no bondage for the supreme reality. For the Atma, there is no color, no form, no coming, and no going. Who is self-realized? The one who sees themselves as the infinite, boundless expression of God. They remember their true nature, but are prior to remembering. 22. Beingness has become conscious of itself. I know only Atma Yoga, which is self-knowledge and nothing else. The Upanishads and various systems of yoga are conceptual fantasies. I did not go into all these at all. I inquired only about my non-beingness and beingness, and how and why they did come about. Self-knowledge is the knowledge that you are. If you are, then Sri Krishna is. I am Sri Krishna's soul. Can anyone say this quickly with no thought? To say this, one requires courage, and Sri Krishna himself makes this possible. Anyone who was born or who is yet to be born, their soul, I am. I am the soul of the Son, of Brahma, and everything. Whose knowledge do I have? I have my knowledge. Knowing the truth is knowledge. All of you present have taken the initiation, that is acceptance of the knowledge that you are, but how are you making use of this? You've accepted your sense of being. You know that it is present in the body without invitation. The initiation is a gift of self-knowledge, or jnana. Jnana isn't merely a word, it is the teacher, it is wisdom, and the opposite of ignorance. The initiation has been given to the sense of being. The knowledge I am came spontaneously and initiated you. However, the receiver of the initiation is taking it through the body-mind identity, and for this reason, self-abidance is impossible. By the grace of your Guru, you realize this knowledge and stand aloof from Prakriti and Maya. Without this knowledge, under the spell of Maya, you will die as a body. You have all taken the initiation, the knowledge that you are, but have you considered the unfathomable potency of this knowledge? Knowledge has no measure. Can you measure the direct knowledge of meeting someone? Beingness has become conscious of itself. The knowledge that I am has been met by the self and is known by the self. When you met me, consciousness, not the body, knew about this meeting. The consciousness has met the consciousness of the one who is conscious. In this way, consciousness has met consciousness. Consciousness knowledge is the proof of this meeting, not the body's appearance nor intellect knowledge. Is my knowledge of our meeting and your knowledge different? The knowledge gave knowledge to the knowledge. There is no duality in this knowledge, for jnana has no worldly form. Knowledge is formless, hence it cannot be captured. Whatever is visible can be captured. You can take a photograph of that which has color and form. But is the initiation visible, noticeable? The one who has taken the initiation has received my words through the body identity. The initiation was in words, and the recipient was in the body. For the knower, Jnani, of consciousness, the events in the world are illusory and do not affect consciousness. How would they change that which is prior to consciousness? Know the absolute, drop the concepts. It is stated that a sage has no interest in the senses and sense objects. He or she has gone beyond the body. Although a sage appears to have a small physical body, he or she occupies the expanse of Chidakasha, and Chidakasha is contained in them. Just as a rich man is happy to know about his riches, a Jnani is contented with his true nature. Consciousness knows its true nature as Para-Brahman, as Kaivalyam, the wholeness or aloneness. We realize our true identity as Bhagwan, God, or Bhagwati, Goddess. The witness, Atma, of consciousness is not restricted to one body. All bodies, all forms are the witness. When the witness is in every body, how can the knower have a specific appearance? Yet, the Jnani is as simple as before self-knowledge arose. With the conviction of his true self, the Jnani has eternal joy and contentment. He has no concept of publicity, praise, and popularity. He is not interested in them. He does not need any concepts. The praise of God and the self is enough for him. Due to his self-knowledge, he doesn't depend on anyone. He doesn't even give work to others. Worldly activities are not done by the person who has realized their true nature, for there are no premeditated actions, only spontaneous happenings. Every human being has this direct knowledge. Jnana met the consciousness, and the initiation was given. Is this remembrance available to you? The one who gave knowledge. The knowledge gave knowledge to the knowledge. You have the experience of being a body that will one day perish. You think your existence began when the body appeared and that your age is associated with the date of its birth. Without a body, you didn't have the experience of time and duration. Now you are led by what the mind dictates and describes about your identity. Your activities are based on this perception. You have taken the initiation, but still, your wealth is limited to the body identity. Hence, you continually abide in the self. Again, go there. Be still. Be silent. Listen to this. The listener is knowledge. The listener is consciousness. Listening is an indication of your sense of being. Giving information is knowledge. The sense of being indicates your existence. 23. Beyond beingness, the great union. The union of you having the knowledge of your beingness and you not having the knowledge of your beingness is Mahayoga, the great union. One who knows this great yoga has transcended the knowing of beingness. You know so many things, but the known is always changing, it is not eternal. You have had various forms since childhood, and even if you live to be 100, your form will continue to change, it will not provide lasting company. Some forms become famous, people worship others, but no form is permanent. Even the most revered cannot claim to have a fixed identity. No identity is constant or unchanging. From a worm or ant to Brahma, no form stays the same. All forms are equal in this sense, there is no such thing as an enduring form. Therefore, we must ask, what is eternal? What is changing? When we talk of form, we imagine shape. While we try to speak about knowledge or consciousness, they are amorphous. You know you are. This I am knowledge has no shape. Along with consciousness comes the vital breath, which is also shapeless. The body uses the mind to achieve worldly activities. Thought has no shape. The inner me has no shape. In your inner core is the sense of being, the I amness which you did not ask for or desire. God tells the devotee, the I am knowledge is in the body, but it is my form and my knowledge. Although the knowledge resides in the body, it is untouched by the body. No one can see this knowledge because it is invisible, it is neither white nor black, neither high nor low. You cannot say when the news I am will vanish. But if you come to know the secret that I am pointing to, you will be beyond the world. As long as you take yourself to be a man or a woman, you cannot attain the fullness of your true state. Your being a man or woman is like a drama, mere acting. In a drama, a man may act like a woman who is tortured by a villain. The actor's performance is so convincing that the audience cries and feels like avenging the villain. The actor appreciates his own actions, thus making the drama compelling. Similarly, a sage acts in the world, but his or her bliss, Ananda, is unaffected. Their bliss is always intact. Develop the conviction that you are that which leaves the body, and disregard the concept that you are the body. Use the body, but don't forget this knowledge. You are that which leaves the body. Self-knowledge occurs through our direct knowledge of what we are, how we are. Remember that always, with reliance on your Guru. Live in the firm conviction that your sense of being contains all gods. Living this way, you will come to know what is permanent and what is impermanent. There is no honesty in what appears, including how you seem to yourself or others. What was the case the other day is not the same now. What is the case now will eventually change. We call the changeful impermanent and the consistent permanent. Whatever does not change is called Paramatman. The self has no form. I am not limited. I do not take a fixed position, and laws do not govern me. I am not even Brahma nor Vishnu, not this nor that fellow. I am that which no one is and that which one is not. I am telling you this openly. That which is seen is impermanent, but that which sees is permanent. To realize what is stable, you must consider the permanent as more important than your life, and worship that. There are many bodies, happenings, and experiences in this world, but of these, which ranks first? Your consciousness I amness ranks first, nothing else. When you forget your body, you enjoy rest. Forgetting leads to rest and peace. There is a storehouse of rest and peace, and in this, there is neither remembering nor forgetfulness. It is complete Brahman or Para-Brahman. The self is bodiless. Consequently, it is full of uncaused joy. When sattva or food essence is pure, there is no experience of pain or pleasure. The same is true in the non-dual state. The waves of a river hit other waves, and there is no discomfort because there is only water, for duality doesn't exist in the river. The self alone is, there is nothing else, it sees nothing else other than itself, and nothing sees it. If you're not the body and its form, then what are you? Can you describe what you are? Always give attention to this inquiry and meditation. The wisdom develops in tune with the worthiness and behavior of a devotee. Simply know what you are not. 24. The universal witness. The person merges into the witness into awareness, awareness into pure being, yet identity is not lost, only its limitations are lost. It is transfigured, and becomes the real self, the Satguru, the eternal friend and guide. Duality starts with the appearance of beingness. When you come to know you are, duality begins. Duality means the existence of two or both. From two, there comes the creation of many. In non-duality, there is no creation. All this is imaginary, but to admit this is not satisfactory. With the knowledge of the material consciousness, you will also know the quality of the material. Then you will come to know that you are neither the material nor consciousness. You will realize yourself to be the witness. When the sense of being goes into deep sleep, there is complete relaxation because there is no sense of being. With the sense of being, duality appears, and the appearances are unlimited, forever perpetuating themselves. When the Jnani observes consciousness with consciousness, there are others. When manifestations appear to the unmanifest as consciousness, these creations seem painful and pleasureful. These are illusory, however, as the unmanifest is always unmanifest. Who is the witness of any idea or concept? The witness is Parabrahman, which has no color and form. Remember that we are witnessing all this and that we are pure Parabrahman. We use provisional names for developing the conviction of the self. Phrases like Hari's greatness or simply Hari's name itself are indicative. Ultimately, there is no need for such naming. The witnessing of consciousness happens to you. For the true witness of consciousness, hopes, desires, and cravings are all useless. The universal witness of consciousness, which is free of attributes and movement, is prior to consciousness. The witness is complete and so does not experience profit or loss. Indeed, existence is of no use to the witness existence is infinite, but even this fact is meaningless to that which observes. The omnipresent witness of consciousness is free from the restrictions of name and form. When the body fades away, the witness need not travel anywhere, for it is already everywhere. If you drop a cup full of water in the ocean, it occupies the entirety. The witness of truth occupies the entire space, and no movement is neither necessary nor possible. All these descriptions, that is, this knowledge, are in the field of consciousness. How can one describe or touch that which is beyond consciousness? It is indescribable. You are truth, knowledge, and the limitless. The unlimited doesn't become less, it is always full. The true religion of any seeker is to be the self. The body is not the self. The witness of the body, of the vital breath and consciousness, is the absolute. Observe and understand consciousness, and you will witness the liberation of consciousness. But for that, you must have devotion to, and faith in, your Guru. You must do as the Vedas recommend until you know the reflection of reality. It matters not what people say about you because of your faith. You may suffer or rejoice, but be rooted in the faith of yourself indicated by your sense of your consciousness. Surrender to your consciousness, invite it and worship it regularly. You are presently aware of the body and the mind. You know the vital breath. You know mind, which is the language of your vital breath. You know your name. You are not your name, you are not its letters, you merely know it. You also know that you are not the vital breath, nor the mind. Your name, the vital breath, and the mind, do any of these have a tangible shape? All these have no shape, no form. Are you not aware of your name, the vital breath, and the mind? Look at yourself and talk about yourself. Describe what and how you are. What will be your reply? There are no words to reply, that is the correct reply. Words are of no use to reply, that is the reply. You can only say you are consciousness. You are knowledge. You are like space, deep blue. I am. This deep blue is the beingness in the body. If you understand this properly, how can you die? With this knowledge, what does birth mean to you? Does this witnessing have a form? The witnessing happens to you. 25. Pure awareness, the essence of reality. Because of body consciousness, the Atman who is of the nature of perfect bliss has to endure misery. Do not take yourself to be an individual. Stay with the awareness of the manifest, totality. Consider what you are and what is changeless throughout your life. Say that a man lives for 150 years, so many changes take place in him, but what becomes old? Before taking a form, pure awareness is without modification and yet appears in lives in innumerable forms. Before taking form, pure awareness, turiya, is free of thought, emotion, and imagination, it is nameless. After taking a form, it seems to become so small and weak, and it desires the help of some god. You can call this state of impure being childhood of God, the commencement of the greatness of Ishvara. When beingness is absent, can there be love for beingness? Is there a need for beingness? Can there be a need for it? Without even trying to remember, you are being. Without memory, you are awareness, you are knowledge. Pure beingness, pure awareness has neither form nor content. Because it is formless, one cannot see it. When there is no shape or form, can action and behavior be said to occur? From the not knowing state, knowing arises. This is Maya. The mind looks at the body and identifies its gender, but in reality, you are pure awareness. You are purer and subtler than space. The knower, Jnani, of consciousness appears to be acting with their beingness, but in reality, they are in the non-being state which is prior to consciousness. Untinged, stainless, beyond feeling, beyond consciousness and beyond time. These simple truths are the same as those that the Vedas and the Puranas try to describe. Whatever the mind says, one is not. You are all pervasive. Your identity is not what your mind asserts. A rare one abides by my words and sees themselves as the detached knower of knowledge. To give an example, when you come here, I notice your arrival. I gain knowledge of your arrival, but I remain unaffected by your arrival and my knowledge. Several worlds have formed and dissolved, but the self has always remained intact. The self is full of joy, untouched by displeasure or fear. The riddle of life gets solved by following my promise, your form is God, and by living by these words. I am not the body. I am formless, pure, and spotless. I am formless, unblemished. I have no birth and death. My light is so bright it outshines the clarity of the moon and the sun. How holy and pure we are as Atma. The light of self seems dim, but how can we judge it? It is our light. What is purer than the light of the self? Who will measure the cleanliness of any object? All objects are animated by the light of the self. Self is formless and luminous, clearer and purer than any light. I assure you, again, your consciousness is manifest Brahman, it is God Hari. Its expressions are many, yet it is ultimately formless. Many have tried to express it with words, yet it is beyond description. What is prior to the sense of being? It is pure being without the sense of being. It is the eternal existence without beingness. It is untinged, stainless, Para Brahman. The Supreme Absolute. 26. Neither being nor not being, this nor that. Once it is understood, or rather, apperceived intuitively, that an entity is purely a conceptual notion, what remains is merely a reintegration, yoga, in universality. Nothing remains to be done because there is no one to do it, and, more importantly, no one to abstain from doing it either. What remains is pure non-volitional being lived. It is for the individual dreamer to awaken from his personal dream. And this apperception is itself the awakening. When you act making use of your beingness, your tiredness increases and your relaxation decreases. Your activities make you increasingly tired. You might sit in a chair and feel sleepy and get rudely awoken by someone offering you something to eat, and suddenly you feel angry. You felt such pleasure as you sat there, drifting off. When you finally drift into deep sleep, your sense of being is absent, and there is total and pure relaxation. But this respite only lasts until the sense of being reappears upon awaking and all your problems resurface. This morning you woke up to daylight. What happened then? First, you felt you were awake, but what caused this waking up to occur? That one which is neither awake nor asleep, which always resides here, let us call it Atma, the Self. How is that self present? It is neither conscious nor unconscious. However, when you woke up this morning, the one manifested as the sense of beingness, the waking state transpired and was engulfed by the body. The body encased the waking state. The waking state then acted, accepted the form of the body, and its name. Whatever you consider yourself to be will have a firm grip on you. Your beingness can be called Vasudev, God, Brahma, Ishvara, the master of the universe. Who is there to realize this? The knowledge I am. When the beingness knows itself, the body identity is forgotten. Your only problem is the infatuation, greed, and attachment to consciousness. Is all this not your own experience? Your existence is the proof of the existence of Ishvara, the world, and the individual soul, Jiva. If your existence doesn't prove it, then all three are not present. Now, hold on to this initiation. With your Guru's grace and through surrendering to your Guru, you will awaken from untruth, and gradually, your consciousness will become pure in this very life. Knowledge of consciousness is the highest religion, and the lowest religion is to consider oneself as the body. Consciousness is luminous, and the taste of I am is God Himself. A true disciple realizes themselves to be Bhagwan, to be Vasudeva. Whatever the mind says, one is not. You have to find out your true nature and what will be your long-term companion. Your consciousness has been given many names of God. But this I amness cannot be tolerated without doing something. Your knowledge of consciousness demands action. Consciousness cannot remain quiet. One has to know what one is before the appearance of this consciousness. When the I am knowledge is absent, there is stability. There is peace in deep sleep because you are not conscious of your existence. You feel relaxed only when there is no sense of I amness. And when you know that you are, disturbance returns. In Nirguna Brahman, which is full, there is no memory of I am, no taste of being. In the absence of the sense of being, how can one suffer? In the absence of the body form, there is not even a trace of I am. The Absolute is complete in every way. You cannot use the intellect to understand this. The manifest is impermanent. Swiftly, it merges into the unmanifest. Just as the dream world appears due to false waking in sleep, with the sense of being, the waking world appears. With the sense of being, the activities start with the body identified as the illusory doer. With the disappearance of consciousness, the seeker or meditator goes into the non-being state. The Absolute is beyond all appearances. Develop the conviction that you are that. Without the beingness and the body identity, what remains is the Supreme Self, which doesn't know others, and therefore, nor does the self know its existence. Maya creates the experience of otherness, but Maya is temporary. Yet, that which is always with you is beyond Maya, it is Brahman. When there is no appearance of anything, there is no sense of being. Even the slightest concept of otherness produces the sense of being. The self is one and alone, there are no others. When our being is not felt, how do we experience pain and pleasure? The witness of consciousness is prior to consciousness. Since all names appear in consciousness only, even Nirguna is not the name of the witness. We can provisionally describe the self as dense space. We rarely call space dense, but Atma is unbroken, soft, subtle, ever pure, and all-pervading, Paramakash. It penetrates and embraces every form. We cannot paint space, it cannot be blackened. The self, which is not the mind and nothing like the mind, is sinless and immaculate. The sense I am gets its fragrance from its source, the self. In the dark, a rope is believed to be a snake. Your worldly activities are like this false snake. But how many know this? Although it seems difficult, all this is easy. Come to know that your consciousness is the manifestation of the Absolute. The forms of individuals or even idols are not important. What is truly important is consciousness or Brahman. 27. The Absolute, one without a second. That which remains after dismissing one's consciousness is the truth. Union with God is yoga. After the union, both of them get extinguished and the one who witnesses is the Supreme Self, the unmanifest state of being. Now, try to recollect the bodiless state before conception. What were your worries? What were your troubles? Who were your relations? What were your attachments? Prior to the waking state and the body-mind's brief appearance, Atma is without concepts and is our core reality, unfettered by time and space. We are that. The Absolute is complete and is beyond the confines of the world. The Self without the mind and attributes, gunas, is formless and nameless, Turyatata. Before waking, you are the Absolute. After rousing from sleep, the Absolute is manifested as consciousness, Saguna. In deep sleep, consciousness became Nirguna, an indescribable state free of attributes. Up to then, this state had no impression of being awake or asleep. And that Nirguna, that state free of attributes, is not affected by worldly life. The Nirguna state is pure and without descriptions, but when consciousness occurred, the sense of being or knowledge that one exists without attributes was shaken a little. It identified with the body and made that body its form. After holding the body as its form, it became a man or woman. Before being encased by the body, this state could not be called man or woman. There was only pure awareness, and this happening unfolds every day. The Self manifests as consciousness which identifies as a body and becomes a man or woman bound by mental ideas and concepts. You are more worried about preserving your beingness, when in reality, the absence of beingness was a great state as it was free of any disturbance and needs. There was a total absence of pain or pleasure. Due to consciousness, everything has appeared. The Absolute is all-encompassing. Unknowingly, I have become that. The origin of all concepts. From consciousness, there was vital breath, and then there was a flow of words. The first word was pranava or Om. Whatever impressions were present in the body started to manifest. Concepts flowed as per the conditionings of childhood. The person depends on such concepts and acts accordingly. At the source, there is no color or form. After identifying with the body, beingness became a man or woman and then became bound by the intellect. All opinions about going here or there are notions only. In the not knowing state, there was a slight disequilibrium. It appeared as if there were a small movement or tremor for pure awareness, but there was no actual movement, it just seemed that way. All concepts originate from the pure spirit, the great expanse, Paramakash. With the formation of the conceptual, a child was born. These concepts took form spontaneously. This is the root of all activity and experience. The body is born as a result of avidya, misconception, misunderstanding, impure knowledge. As you're aware of this knowledge, can you say that you are that ignorance? That child ignorance grew with time and, alongside it, consciousness also grew. With the growth of beingness, the child identified with the body and learned words. If a child was born today, its name would be given by you, and the child doesn't oppose your naming of it. In the same way, beingness is attracted to life in its many forms and names. If you don't name the child, what is its name? The child's body is present, but it is only made of the food essence. Just as there is sweetness in sugar, there is consciousness and I amness in this pure sattva. If we are not the food essence, how can we be the beingness? How can that which has no form and is beyond beingness have birth or death? Make use of the body, but remember that the body is only food essence, and that is not what you are. That which is changeless, and which was without the sense of being, came to know itself as the I am. The unmanifest is pure Brahman, in which there is nothing to provide relationship. When relationship arises, it is Maya. Names are typically given to create a sense of understanding. We cannot attach a name to nothingness. In Mumbai, there is an enormous reservoir which belongs to all living beings, human and cattle alike. Pipes supply the water which people queue up to collect. The water belongs to the one who fills up the pot. The pot may be small or big, but once it is filled, it belongs to the person who has filled it. But the water in the reservoir belongs to all living beings. The same cannot be said about the self, in that the self already occupies every existence, it fills the boundlessness of space, and engulfs the universe. In that state which is beyond mind, you who are the self, Guru, or Brahman do not take multiple forms, you are non-dual. An individual is called different names like uncle, sister, mother, and so on. Similarly, the self is called by different names, but ultimately, there is only the single self. Paramatman means that only one exists, and there are no others. When the self is one without a second, Advaita, and nothing else appears, it is Paramatman. Take the Supreme Self to be what you are. To remain as your true self is to be complete. The Supreme is alone. There is nothing else to give it company. For Paramatman, the Supreme Reality, even the sense of being is absent, and it doesn't have any self-concepts. The self is not aware or conscious of its own existence, but it is luminous and lacks nothing. The self has no shape, no form, and therefore no beingness. There is no mind, no embroilment in the gunas, and consequently, no sense of I am. In the absolute state, there are no misapprehensions, either of being nor of non-being, there is neither consciousness nor unconsciousness. Then the sense of being appears and Atma wakes up. I am is the simple meaning of this. Being shines out, the light catches the body, and claims it as its form. After that, the light behaves like a body. Leave your intellect and live simply. So long as the body is, we need help to live. We usually rely on God, but remember that your I am. Knowledge contains thousands of gods. Your remembrance flows from this self-knowledge. 28. Sadhguru, the eternal friend and guide. You must get established in yoga by seeing unity in all. With your conviction of being Para-Brahman, all joy will be yours. The only solution to your problems is to give up the body identity by identifying yourself with consciousness, God, Brahman. Your eternal true self is Sadhguru, Paramatman. Remember this and be what you are. Consider your I amness which has appeared unknowingly as your greatest friend, as your Guru, as your God. Purusha is the Sadhguru, and we will call it as such for convenience. As long as the Sadhguru is silent, all the activity and the dance is of the Prakriti. Man and woman are the names of the Prakriti, names of the body. Sadhguru is beyond all this, beyond even consciousness. There are no restrictions on our Sadhguru or master. One who attains the conviction that one's Guru is the Absolute attains the same status. With such faith, one realizes oneself as Paramatman. But many spiritual teachers operate in the field of concepts because they have not transcended their beingness. I am that which the 4 Vedas and 18 Puranas try to describe. The knower of consciousness has lost the concept of making a profit in this world. Since they are not after profit, they have no loss. Such a person cannot exhibit the self in any way. The body is material, and the knowledge in it is material knowledge witnessed by the Sadhguru. The Sadhguru is beyond all concepts and ideas. Along with your spiritual quest, you must do your day-to-day activities. Continue them until you realize Brahman. With the sense of being one can realize Brahman. You may be in any good or bad situation, but your protector, the Atma, is always with you. It is that because of which you know you are. However, even in a life-threatening situation, you tend not to remember your protector, and you may even die having lived in ignorance. The extent to which you put your faith in your protector determines the measure of your survival. Self is my form. It is myself, my guru, and it is also my parent. But it is nothing other than my knowledge, the knowledge that I am. People worship many gods and goddesses, but ultimately, they worship the self, the knowledge I am. Once we meet ourself, there is no longer a sense of separation. Once we have the conviction that our I am knowledge is the only God, then there is no possibility of being away from it. Whatever you hear, whatever you see, leave it all to consciousness and be prior to consciousness. When this becomes possible for you, you'll be in everybody and everything. Without you, there will be nothing. Your sense of being has appeared spontaneously, it is God. Beingness is the donor and the receiver. Beingness is the beggar and the giver. Who is there other than God? Do not share this with others, experience this in your heart. Thereafter, the Vedas will flow spontaneously out of you, and you will know and see yourself as the witness. For this, my grace is necessary, and to receive it, all you need to do is to abide in my words. Nourish your consciousness. Develop the conviction that your consciousness is the form of God, and self-knowledge will manifest in you. Do this, and you will be certain that there is no God other than your consciousness. Let your conviction and faith become firm. May the body remain or go, but let not your faith diminish. Your outward behavior will then be guided from within. With the loss of your individuality, you will experience the bliss of the self. You will know your sense of being is universal and you will see it in all living beings. Appendix. Key Principles of Nisarga Yoga. Non-identification and right understanding. It's the mind's nature to create meaning by interpreting existence. Earnest inquiry, advises Sri Nisargadatta Maharaj, initiates the realization of our unlimited self. Our self-identification with the mind and body subjects us to endless cycles of pleasure and pain, desire and fear, which cause us to search beyond ourselves for that which we believe we lack. All conditions, all names and appearances, emerge from ignorance and imagination, from the mind's assumptions, assumptions due to not inquiring and therefore not appreciating the nature of reality. Our conviction I am is self-evident. The conclusion, I am something, I am someone, conversely, is the product of assumption, of not paying attention, of a clouded and restless mind. Sri Nisargadatta often spoke about the three gunas, tamas, rajas, and sattva. Meditation and introspective investigation are sattvic activities that bring balance, and neutralize the qualities of tamas, inertia, and rajas, motivity. Sattva, harmony, which brings freedom from doership and agitation, is the news I am. This guna is always pure and present. Sri Nisargadatta said it is like the sun, which may at times seem obscured by tamasic and rajasic debris, causing us to lose sight of ourselves as consciousness and instead believe ourselves to be a heavy and anxious body-mind. We need only deal with the obscuring and distorting factors by questioning their reality. In letting go of our beliefs by questioning them, we discover truth. The truth and understanding to which Sri Nisargadatta points is unveiled by the process of discovering everything we are not. We find that we're nothing the mind can know, nor even our I amness, since it is like a ray of sun but not sun's entirety. The I am was the first identity to appear and is the last to drop. Our investigation brings detachment which reveals the union with our unlimited self. This union, this yoga, is itself another subtle layer of imagination, since what we are is non-dual, never cut off from ourself. Both practical and fruitful, Sri Nisargadatta's yoga is disillusionment, self-realization, by way of accurate self-understanding. To start, the individual, with which we habitually and innocently identify, is mindfully studied and its fabricated nature recognized. If we are intent on self-realization, we must investigate the mind's realm without getting stuck in it. In this inquiry, we focus attentively on dismantling the conceptual construction conditioning has built. As long as there seems to be a lost or isolated seeker, the provisional tools of yoga, meditation, and self-inquiry may prove useful and fertile. When we earnestly inquire into what we know, the known softens and becomes transparent, and the unknowable stands alone. Sri Nisargadatta said the way to the unknowable, which is also the real and the timeless, is reached by our discernment of the unreal and the temporary. We see our assumptions, including our assumed persona, as imaginary, and imagination can't control us anymore. For this, the accessible knowledge of our existence, I am, rather than about our existence, I am this, is necessary. Interest and earnestness. The seeker hungry for authentic, unconditional, and lasting contentment, must go beyond the known reality characterized by desire and fear. We can know real freedom now, says Sri Nisargadatta, if we have the sincerity, earnestness, and interest of a Jnani. Our misplaced sincerity, earnestness, and interest are maintaining the person we think we are now, made of memories and idiosyncrasies. Sri Nisargadatta advises us to realize the necessity of shifting our interest. Steadily refusing the inessential is key. Sri Nisargadatta described his way of yoga as living life meditatively, in all-inclusive awareness, with one's attention placed where it most matters, in reality. All that we immerse our attention in we see as real. It is this unrestrained interest that perpetuates our superficial self-identification. By being interested in consciousness, rather than merely its fleeting forms, we are led to the eternal formless. Grappling with our fascination is futile though, and it pays to earnestly observe the spontaneity of the body-mind's interests. This highlights its habitual misjudgment and absorption so we can bring consciousness into focus and become awake to our existence. For Sri Nisargadatta, earnestness was a sign of maturity. Earnestness is both necessary and sufficient. And interest, in truth, is the driving force that will surely take us home. The reward of eager inquiry, alert discernment, and deep investigation into truth is self-understanding. We need not strive to be perfect in our search, but sincerity is crucial. The quality of self-compassion helps here, which is the basis of earnestness, along with compassion for all struggling for self-knowledge. Humanity's persistent pursuit of understanding and genuine connection is yoga. Though one may be bored or hopeless and have no conviction, our Guru encourages us to be ever enduring, to consistently persevere. For, like a fish who knows nothing of water, we're likely to miss the truth, despite it being most self-evident and immediate. If we push through the manifestations of our unnecessary interests, we unravel what we are not and bring to light what we are. Listen to the I am you already know so intimately, remember it amid daily life, contemplate both its presence and its source. Have heartfelt patience with dear Maharaja's wisdom and love as it settles into your being. You are never apart from him, for beyond appearances, you are him, and he is you. Also, have patience with your own inquiry and your desire for that which you seek. Rest into your sense of being with interest and earnestness, and it will bear its secrets. Spontaneity and effortlessness. Notice how the hands hold this book, the way the lungs are pulling and pushing out air. Notice the body's effortless capacity to adjust itself for comfort, the effortlessness of the eyes moving over each word, how the mind decodes these patterns it calls words into meaning. In Sri Nisargadatta's world, to which he welcomes you, everything happens causelessly as an unintentional stream of consciousness. Here, beyond the imagined limitations and restrictions of mind, there's no call for personal control and compulsion, for everything is as it is. We are being moved, breathed, and lived by consciousness. Life is consciousness, it's the lifeblood flowing through all, and the only direction we're moving is into the heart of Atman. This isn't a journey, it's a looking within. For Maharaj, mind is thought, and thoughts come and go in accordance with their own patterns. Metaphorically, thoughts have a mind of their own. Recognizing this through being watchful of the mind's spontaneity frees us from the impression of a me entity with a will. Sri Nisargadatta saw life as a series of happenings or phenomena, of which he wasn't part of, or subject to. Furthermore, he knew that there was no experiencer set apart from experience, no subject aware of an object. In his world, there was the expression of variety and difference, but no actual duality or separation. He knew his nature as being independent, aloof, witnessing the great performance with no performer nor audience, not getting lost in its spontaneity, nor forgetting himself, effortlessly. Though to others he may have seemed to do and act, this apparent human doing and acting were part of the flow of consciousness, and he remained undisturbed. This flow of form, the impermanent, is characterized by pain and pleasure. Sri Nisargadatta knew he was the absolute, formless, permanent, uncaused, without attributes, beyond even consciousness. The unreal pain-pleasure individual, animated by consciousness, is a shadow of the real. He saw that the body-mind named Sri Nisargadatta Maharaj managed itself until it finally merged into the real beyond the transient. In Sri Nisargadatta's yoga, the greatest sadhana is spontaneous and constant. All is taken care of. We are consciousness, and so, we are always flowing from and to our source. We need only to be, and to be conscious of our being. This natural yoga, or non-dual meditation, is effortless because it is happening now whether the mind knows it or not. While consciousness manifests as the world and the human form, we seem to be able to both tune out of and tune into consciousness. Attentiveness to being. His guru, Sri Siddharameshwar Maharaj, told Sri Nisargadatta to be with his beingness alone. No special techniques, no reading of scriptures. All that was required was simply complete devotion to consciousness, and the taking to heart of his guru's profound words. You are not what you take yourself to be. Find out what you are. Watch the sense I am, find your real self. Deny existence to everything except yourself. You are, so just be. After he met his guru, he lost complete interest in the normal daily concerns. Such was the powerful effect of his guru's teaching and the profound revelation that transpired from them. These words touched him greatly, just as Sri Nisargadatta's words transfigured those who met him. To be, and to know of one's beingness, is central to Sri Nisargadatta's teaching. And for good reason, since remembering that we are is our only real capital in the spiritual search. This I am is existence, the substance of our entire world. All that we know owes its birth to consciousness. It's the portal to reality. Understanding the significance of the knowledge that you are cannot be overstated. Like his guru ordered him, Sri Nisargadatta tells us to maintain our focus on the sense I am, to heed, as often as possible, to this wordless mantra resounding within and around us. It is present in every I am statement. Unknowingly, we affirm this sense all day, like a 24-hour newscaster reporting dramatically the latest breaking story. Usually, we attend to what gets attached to the announcement I am and listen to and identify with the story. This is the extent of our bondage. What has been more loyal throughout our lives, but consciousness? We needn't think about it, locate it, or try to put it into words, just to be as we are, and to disentangle our beingness from the web of ideations and concepts is enough. We could call the former meditation and the latter self-inquiry, and the whole approach yoga, practice, or spirituality. But really, there is nothing to do to be. Only to see. Only to remember and know. Even our I am knowledge isn't sufficient, however. It must be our conviction. In earnestly dwelling within, we begin to trust knowingly that which we've always trusted unknowingly. Our conscious and unconscious knowledge become unified. Right action and renunciation of doership. The concepts of sin and virtue only make sense within a particular context and when attributed to a person. But when these concepts are seen for what they are and the absolute is the only reality, can there be sin and virtue? Not being subject to relative conditions, what we ultimately are is beyond ideas of right and wrong. However, in the world of duality, we sin if we identify ourselves with the relative, said Sri Nisargadatta. To perceive the dualistic as absolute and the Paramatma as unreal is the only wrongdoing, and the seed of all adversity. In this sense, it is our mistaken identity that causes insecurity and selfishness, and which manifests as destructive or harmful actions. Some, upon hearing him talk about the renunciation of doership, may conclude that this justifies recklessness or is a get-out-of-jail-free pass. They mistake him sorely. This is not freedom, but more bondage. Sri Nisargadatta was clear that while self-discovery shines through the cracks of misperception, the deconstruction of untruth is not at all violent. Just as right understanding is the remedy for misunderstanding, harmlessness, that is, knowing what we're not and being what we are, is the remedy for wrongdoing. Indeed, for Sri Nisargadatta, the very concept of doership is illusory bondage. There is no doer, nor doing, righteous or otherwise, and so, there is no bondage. The self has no engagement in these ideas. And while there appears to be a body-mind, its idiosyncrasies and preferences persist. But they happen spontaneously in keeping with the body-mind's equally spontaneous conditioning. Free of identity, embodied consciousness is purified. And even this statement isn't altogether valid, because there is no consciousness other than the impersonal, unlimited, and untainted Absolute. Still, so long as there is a body-mind and a dualistic world, its right function is the expression of love, life, and truth. Sri Nisargadatta Maharaj was an exceptional example of somebody dedicated tirelessly to the service of imparting such qualities, and of being a genuine bhakti of the Absolute. This was possible because he knew he was a nobody, literally. He saw the violence in the statement, I am an individual. I am divided in duality. Somewhat sacrificially, in a sort of self-loving self-denial, I amness points beyond itself to its qualifications. Consciousness is so besotted with itself that it expresses itself perpetually in a multitude of forms. It can't keep quiet and linger either, for its clarity and stillness are unbearable. It's the mind's meaning-making, mixed up in the wordless and motionless consciousness that is both compulsive and repulsive. When we distinguish what we are not and abide as this consciousness, consciousness becomes conscious of its natural purity, calmness, and harmlessness. In contrast, illusory separateness, with its symptoms of desire and fear, are expressed through what we call harm. Harmlessness is yoga, said Sri Nisargadatta. In this natural yoga, there is no duality. There is passing diversity but not lasting difference. Going within to go beyond. As is the commonly held belief, you may feel that the body-mind is your fullness, that anything beyond its skin is not you. In meditation, our first intention, according to Sri Nisargadatta, should be to become acquainted with consciousness. There's no secret trick to this, the sense I am is always present. This body-mind apparatus indicates this sense. He insists that we realize the significance of it and see that the light of being emanates from a source beyond the body. The body sustains this light with food, but it does not produce it. Just as we experience directly and easily the glow and warmth of the sun, so do we have the knowledge of our beingness. Once we are familiar with it, our subsequent and final step in meditation is to seek its origin. He says that early on in spirituality, if we inquire earnestly, we eventually relinquish our body-mind identity, realizing, I am not that. Casting off the thought I am, and focusing on our beingness without words, we meditate on the meditative state, on the meditator, and all else falls away, including the individual meditating. Can there be a meditator without an object? Can we even call it meditation at this point? When we can no longer say, I am a body, nor simply, I am, we know ourselves as all, and that all is non-dual, one without a second. We could be forgiven for believing that I am is a specific direction and location. Actually, it is omnipresent. If consciousness is directionless, it also has no location. Nor is it your core or center, you don't have one, and the form we call the body doesn't restrict it. The short-lived sense of being expresses a cause which is itself causeless. Nameless, it's the absolute Sri Nisargadatta points to throughout this book. It is like a master key that opens the portal to that which is free of the known, which is everlasting. It is inaccessible by any mode of sensation, i.e., the feeling that you are, or structure of the mind alone, i.e., the knowing that you are. We have to let them go, ultimately. But in meditating on these, the two become singular, and truth becomes clear. Therefore, this abiding deeply in our undeniable existence to know our source, is the heart of Nisarga Yoga. Though there are many meandering means and methods, the greatest and simplest entryway to reality is I am. Sri Nisargadatta warns us, though, that until we shift our interest from our current lifestyle to the truth to which he most eloquently points, we will be resisting the dive into the unfamiliar. Self-remembrance requires the body-mind, but self-realization retires the body-mind. If our preoccupation with the known ceases, we will find the natural state was present all along. We are this stateless state, and the universe is our ecstatic outpouring. Nothing to do but be. Nothing to find but see. No authentic guru shows the way, for the way, the knowledge that you are, runs through you and beyond you. Awareness of self. While all distinctions are ultimately unreal, Sri Nisargadatta uses the words consciousness and awareness in specific ways. The absolute gets reflected as the capacity of being conscious or aware, and thus pure awareness becomes self-consciousness, the I am sense of which you are already accustomed. When we say or sense I am, there are two things, the I and the am. The latter affirms or announces something, it has a certain isness that feels like a proclamation or conviction. It seems to point to a palpable object in awareness distinct from the amness. Declare I am, with but a bit of belief, and you may have an impression of the body's somatic resonance as if gleefully responding, yes. Me. Can you feel this rather indulgent, or at least satisfying, quality? Sri Nisargadatta uses the term self-love when defining this phenomenon. Self-love is both the first and the last illusion one must primarily comprehend, and then finally transcend. When he speaks of consciousness, one can detect a subtle hint of duality. When one is no longer a slave of body consciousness, one is the universal consciousness. One can get stuck on the amness of the I without ever questioning its nature. This pure I invariably gets associated with the body-mind because it is unsustainable without this form. The I represents consciousness. Free of the body-mind, its attributes and identification, the I is Paramatman, formless and nameless. It is that which witnesses consciousness. When Sri Nisargadatta realized the self, he found the I entity to be nothing but a phantom. The moment we say I, consciousness becomes personified, and this manifests other persons with their own personal I, and so unity and conflict both seem possible. Before the thought or sense I am, you know you are without conceptualizing. We do not need words for self-knowledge, which is true detachment and liberation. You don't own a share of consciousness, it is universal, not personal. Your love for me and mine is really love for the whole. We realize we are universal consciousness when we cannot say with conviction I am the body nor even I am. Not an individual body nor a portion of beingness, the Jnani is the universal witness. Yet the Jnani essentially witnesses no thing, since there is no scope for duality on this level. Awareness, the Absolute, the Self, Atma, isn't self-aware or self-conscious, it is free of the I am. The Jnani knows this without knowing. It helps to remember, as Sri Nisargadatta so wisely expressed, that in consciousness there are levels, but not in awareness, for it is impeccable and indivisible. Accordingly, by speaking on the provisional level of consciousness, we may attempt to express all the above levels. But in the end, since language is inherently dualistic, it can only ever point to the location less unpointable in which levels are meaningless. The bridge, unity, yoga, was not needed before the formation, disunity, of the bridge. Our desire for understanding begins within misunderstanding. In silence, there is nothing to understand.